¿Sí trae cinta? Es No, no, no es tentación, es precaución. Sí, no, digo, como sí pasa por aquí, ¿sabes por qué? Y esa es la parte de poder recurrir. Muchísimas gracias. ¿Hacemos aquí un juego? ¿No tienen tema con las ruedas y pegamento? Algo así. Ya ni siquiera me estoy dando razón. Bueno, si quieres nada más así lo planteamos. Y ahorita mejoramos el azul. Es que sí, sí tienen razón, ¿verdad? Porque estas usan el azul. Ajá. No, en algunos juegos sí tienen mucho cambio el azul es como... Digo, los juegos no tienen... Ajá, no tienen como que el brillo, ¿no? Sí, yo creo que... Pues mira, tenemos otros detalles. No dejar esto de la excusa de la vida. Ajá. Ahí mira, un parche. Sí, para que nunca se vaya a ir, ¿no? Mejor no vale. Bueno, ya están los dos libres. Ajá. Hacer pruebas. O sea, igual. El sí. ¿Viste azul de los pinturas? Sí. Lo mismo, ¿verdad? Sale de la misma. Seguramente van a ser no, no, espera. No. No, claro, pero sí, para hacer una disputa, lo voy a dar lugar y luego lo igual si lo propusiste la para activar, como tú estás diciendo, no sé si los extranjeros quieren participar en la primera mesa. Yo no sé si están
yo nada más el tema. Yo digo, para que tú no lo andes cagando, o todo ese rollo, yo te veo los fenómenos. Para que vayas a poco de esto.
Pues sí, sí,
Repartir por todos. Pero ya lo que están haciendo es el coloquio igual también tan exitoso en inglés como para cuando entren, pues no vean que aquí
Ok, ¿tú ya te conectaste con nosotros? No. Una vez no, es que no se necesita comer todo el día.
Se va a seguir moviendo.
Se va a salir haciendo la chicha por aquí. No, la chusca no es de verde.
Para que tenga
¿Cuál es esto? Otra que mejor no le mata nada. Marco va a ser el bueno. Marco va a ser el patroncito. Así los pegados.
¿Dónde podemos encontrar café? Sí, como veo que todos tienen, yo busco algo. Sí, lo vi. ¿Cuánto?
Los casi lo ponían, pero nosotros nada más hacemos buscar.
Sí.
¿Qué es lo que hay que buscar? ¿Está, no? Lo voy a dejar sin enviar, ¿no? No, porque lo recibimos ayer, ¿no? Ah, pero otra cosa que se dice, ¿por qué lo nosotros? No, pero había uno que para que vean. Ajá, o sea, uno, pero no sé, cuando escuchamos, está la mano. Ajá, porque uno es como para que te lleve el stream y otro es para que te digas.
¿Tienes un pedacito de café para regalar?
¿Qué se pegó?
No. Ese tiene
¿Cómo la de La español, no hablaba de
En esta hay que quitar porque la pleca de nada más hay que poner la ahorita está bien que está, sí, 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 por eso. Ajá, nada más ahorita la niña. No trae. Nada más eso, porque como parece sesión del pleno en vivo, después del logo, esto es el tiempo. Así te lo rellena. Te lo llenaron mucho más bien. No, pero le pasaron cosas calientes, qué raro. Sí, lo vi. No, ni una.
¿Tienes que estar viendo tu WhatsApp en todos los amigos? ¿Cómo? ¿Cómo te lo quieres? Un trato que me importa, esa es la publicidad. Estás preparando para la siguiente semana. Una reconstrucción abierta hacia
No es necesario.
Buenos días.
Viene Rodrigo también.
Y no tenías un mouse como que más varonil, güey. Como más de adulto, güey. Y que es así cuando lo agarro, piensan que no estoy moviendo nada, güey. Piensan que estoy moviendo nada. Así voy a comer, pero yo no voy a robar.
Salud.
Pero curioso. No te usas puede ser. Sí, no. No me siento vacío sin la chingada. Físicamente la brillante. ¿Ya entras en los sitios? Ahorita. Es que no compro este plan. Por ejemplo, yo compro de estos aparellos. Los grandes. Un amigo que está haciendo cambios para que el segundo se está preocupado de la ilustración. Entonces me hace mucho. Me dijo, no, es muy mucho. Para que los dos, porque no lo va a poder grabar. ¿Cómo? Estamos compuestos de la página de China que se estaba 4 meses en la vida.
¿Y si llegan bien las cosas por AliExpress? ¿O es puro...? Yo pedí uno de... a una cosa de... ¿cómo se llama? Wix. Nunca me llegó. Eso sí, puse mi queja y me dijeron, ¿te gustaría esperar o te devolvemos el dinero? Puse, me devuelven mi dinero. Al día siguiente estaba mi dinero y con un mensajito de si llega, pues te lo quedas. O sea, eso sí no hubo problema. Pero es que nunca llegó, eso sí, jamás llegó. Seas mamón. O sea, un Switch te costó 6,000 baros. Un Switch te costó 2,000 baros. Oye, ¿por qué no me pasan esas cosas a mí? Pero, obviamente. O sea, de review pongo, oye, es la mejor torta de 3D.
Sí, pero yo me estaba enojado porque tenía frío. Lo cambio por 2 cobijas.
¿El Switch portátil o el normal? ¿El Switch normal o el portátil? El Lite. Verga. Coño. ¿Por qué no me enteré? Yo te lo compraba.
Y un primo que dame 2 cosas. Y las cobijas se las pagaron todo. No, imagínate que abajo todo estoy esperando acá. Y las 2 cobijas. Con algo más grande.
Sí, jamás he tenido problema con ellos.
Y también es verdad. Como dice, me llegó un mensaje, ¿no? Que ya había pasado tiempo. Y ya se me llega. Ya me regresaron todo. No, me llegó el llavero. Un llavero gratis. Hermano, la liga es para que te
Bueno, Xiaomi. Muy bueno. Antes de este tenía un Xiaomi. No manches, buen celular de... ¿Cuándo me costó? 4,000 pesos. O sea, 64 gigas, 4 de RAM y todo. O sea, eso sí, las cámaras son una mierda. La cámara, o sea, digo, como a mí sí me gusta tomar fotos bien, en forma y todo eso, pues como que sí le presto la debida atención, pero pues si te vale, si es nada más para ahí el recuerdo y punto, está más que bien, o sea, costo-beneficio, no hay nada mejor en el mercado, nada. Sí. Yo tenía, este es Samsung, y el que tenía era un Redmi Note 5 o algo así. Muy bien, la verdad, y por lo que cuesta, no manches. O sea, ahorita todas las marcas te quieren ensartar, son carísimos los cells.
Es una vez que tuviste para... No, somos que estaban la verdad, yo también soy feliz con Samsung.
Sí, nunca había, bueno, no mentí. Tuve, cuando estaban empezando la serie el S3 tuve. Y sí, me gustó mucho, pero ese en un concierto me lo intentaron robar en los putazos. Volvió el celular y la gente brincando. Y ahí quedó. Sí, ahí murió. Ya después de eso tuve puro iPhone. No, en realidad me lo robaron en el Metrobús, pues en ese momento, pero ni ni cerca de poderme comprar uno nuevo. Entonces fue cuando ya lo topé con Xiaomi, costo-beneficio, ni pedo, vámonos. Sí, exactamente.
No, ya te quedaste con hambre, ¿no?
De hecho, más bien ya me di la oportunidad de comprar un celular más chido. Entonces estaba ahí en Austin, en Best Buy. Tenían ahí como que descuentos en electrónica y telefonía y la chingadera. Y pues llegué a cotizar, pues entre el iPhone 11 y el Samsung Galaxy, los de el Huawei. Y tenía un descuento, pero de que no lo podías dejar pasar. Entonces dije, no, no me interesa lo demás, vámonos ya. Sí.
Tomar fotos bien.
No, no, pero precisamente tiene una cámara buenísima. Buenísima, buenísima. A mí me gusta mucho. Sí. Sí hice la comparación, tengo que confesar, con el Samsung X. O sea, vaya el 10, XR, no sé cuál. Y sí tiene mejor cámara iPhone. Me ardí un montón cuando hice la comparación. Este es el Note 10.
Ah, ya. Sí, no, pero por ejemplo, comparar la cámara del S10 de Samsung con la del iPhone.
Sí. Lo que yo noto es la pantalla tiene mejores colores y más definición, pero la tecnología de cámara ese iPhone está. ¿Cómo lo comprobé? Puse el macro de, del iPhone, que ni siquiera tiene, o sea, es el iPhone de un lente todavía, ni el de 2 ni el de 3. Y bueno, este tiene 3, tiene el normal, el tele y el macro. Entonces le tomé foto ahí a una hojita que estaba ahí chingando con el X y con el Samsung. Ambas se ven muy bien. Los colores destacan más en la pantalla de sin duda. Pero le empiezas a meter zoom y mira muchísimo más rápido, ya perdió definición y el iPhone todavía le sigues y le sigues y le sigues.
¿Y llegas a descargarse en alguna computadora? Y hacen lo mismo.
Sí. Sí tiene mejor tecnología de cámara el iPhone. Insisto en que no vale su precio. No lo vale. Pero vaya, o sea, si vamos a comparar cámaras, creo que sí iPhone. Por más que los demás le meten 3 lentes y que 4 millones de megapíxeles, la tecnología del lente al final es lo que te... Como por ejemplo el Xiaomi el Note 10, no sé qué, ahorita un Xiaomi de 5,000 pesos tiene 4 lentes y 108 megapíxeles y no sé qué, pero bueno, o sea, eso ya es puro marketing, o sea, ni nunca en la vida, o sea, y de verdad comparas y ok, o sea, por 5,000 pesos está chido, pero, o sea, no tiene la tecnología del lente que te dicen que tienen sin duda, o sea, pero ni de chiste.
Como, ¿te acuerdas que te comentaba? No, 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 aquí no se disfruta. Sí, el final. Pero tú dijiste, no, yo lo hago porque yo soy yo en la cámara. Vaya. Ay, pero no te no se parte de los tuyos. No tenemos los asuntos. Y acá, nada más es el tuyo acá. Ahí uno el video, ¿no? Sí, ¿verdad? Lo dio un proyecto, pero ahí la maestra hizo
Pero se ve que
para dedicar
sí, que
era una infografía, ¿no? O sea,
pero
sí, lo que está en
ah,
sí,
sí,
no, sí, sí, no. Es una buena solución. No, es una buena.
sí, sí, igual
Bueno,
aquí
existe
creo que fue una
una
vez
cosa.
le pusiste fondo azul.
Ah, no, ese fue el Papa de México. Ajá. Sí, yo también me quedé con
Por eso también le cambiaste el fondo de azul para que quede. Se puede. Sí, claro. Ya, no, todavía no tiene la
Ah, ya, sí,
sigue siendo Alex. Alex José Aguilar. Y ya tiene para publicar esas cosas.
sí.
Ya.
O sea, hay esto, ¿no? Para los pasos, ah, ok. Ellos
Sí, hasta que redacto y todo esto, bueno, todos los nombres los tenemos
muy bien, supongo que la cámara tanto tiene que no te aparece el display de la cámara.
hay como una interferencia en el Zoom.
Interferencia.
Yo súper bien. De mi lado sí, pero estoy en la otra sala. En la sala de español.
Ajá, pero los dos están
De hecho, esa sala está cancelada.
y la consola.
Ah, no, entendido. Un poquito más arriba.
¿Perfecto? Ah, ya no. Ya no. Nada. Ah, no, sí, sí, aquí, ¿quieres que te pase una vida? ¿Pasa mucho ir arriba? O sea, no importa de cuánto se corte. Así como piensas un poquito de verdad. Allá sí. Sí, aquí está la puerta de los dos.
Como el papá. Sí, va bendeciendo, se va bendeciendo.
Ya no hablar porque el de ¿cómo traduces enseñas para mi agricultura? No se puede. Ahí lo escuchamos. Ya está, ¿verdad? Yes. Yes.
Titular a tiempo completo y coordinadora del Seminario Universitario de Riesgos y Socioambientales. Titular a tiempo y coordinadora del Seminario Universitario de Riesgos Socioambientales. Commissioner Citizen from InfoCDMX.
A ver, habla.
Full-time coordinator for the Seminar University of Social Environment Risk.
¿Sí, no? Ahí está nada más. ¿Me vuelves a desconectar?
hablar en inglés.
Digo, vas a... No, ahí sí, con una mano en español, con otra en inglés.
Ese es universal.
No,
Sí.
no
No es universal.
es de acuerdo a los usos de
¿Cómo es inglés? ¿Cuál es la diferencia? ¿Inglés y español?
Es en español, este nombre, dignidad,
Ujú.
y esta es más inteligencia.
Damn.
¿Y eres bilingüe?
Y por ejemplo,
Vergas, qué admiración, no manches, genios, qué cosa.
aplica también para los británicos o es diferente.
Ah, su británicos cagándola como siempre. ¿No es cierto?
Sí, Charlie, yo soy de descendencia británica.
Yo escocesa, británica, no, así que ahí me libré. No, espérate, es lo mismo. Tenían que salir con su mamada, no les bastó con Brexit.
Se mandó lo de los
el ruidito ahí se lo queda.
No, el momento.
¿No tienes también tu
Hasta la... Venga. Sí, entonces aquí está bien.
Como observación, en el YouTube de inglés pusieron un título también en español. Sí, porque hablan español.
coloquio. Collocation, intertranslation.
Ya con sus colaboradores, por favor.
Entonces, ¿cómo se me lo puede dar la traducción? Segundo collocation. Pero que me creo. Colloquium, con doble L, C-O, doble L. Colloquium. No sé cómo se diría en inglés. ¿Cómo se diría eso en inglés? ¿Cómo? ¿Sí? Está como que... No, lo muteé. Según yo está muteado.
Yo no lo escucho, ¿no?
Ajá, según yo lo muteé, precisamente para... Sí. No, pero está muteado. Pero está muteado. Entonces, ¿sí está grabando?
¿Es sobre la misma?
En español. Tiene una moneda. Nosotros ponemos ya con marca aquí. O sea, ahí se ve el poder. Ok. Ok. Están abiertos. Está abierto el de link y el de enlace. ¿Cuál es? ¿Enlace o link? Ah, ¿te molesto? Está.
Hola, hola. Ok, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. ¿Quieres que me acerque más? Ahí sí me alcanza a escuchar.
Está saliendo el audio a YouTube, ¿ah? ¿Quieres que lo quitemos? Pues sí, ¿no? Para que no se escuche esa parte de cuando...
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second Colloquium of International Reconstruction of Mexico City. It's a pleasure to have you all here virtually. My name is Aldo Trapero, Director of Evaluation and Studies, and Iram Sosa and Maria del Carmen Nava-Polina. We shall be accompanying you in this magnum event during these 2 days throughout the conduction of the event. Thank you, Aldo. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you in this second edition, now international. Thank you very much for everyone's punctuality and for being on time. Just a reminder, before we go to the presentation of the panel, a reminder that this second colloquium is being transmitted through Zoom and the social media of the Institute InfoCDMX at OpenState_. So you can follow us, retweets, and any interaction throughout social media. Throughout the panel, the people who have not been registered can interact with questions, and we can also take them into account and answer them. All the information of the colloquium, all the documents we shall be releasing for their taken advantage of, can be taken in www.reconstruccionabierta.cdmx. There, all the information can be accessed, and the site will be worked on weekly so we can be informed and interact through this communication, through this platform. We'd like to tell how everyone works through this institute, and for that, we'd like for you to watch the next video. The exercises of Aperture contribute to the solution of public problems. We are searching to work under the methodology of designed thinking. Empathy. Defining the problem. Making ideas. Prototype and evaluate. There is no A, B, C, or any recipe to boost the opening, but the end is to create designed solutions that are focused on people. Thank you very much, Aldo. Just to welcome all of our special guests. Cecilia Castro, Commissioner Ángeles Ducuán from Guanajuato, Yolanda Ramírez from Human Rights Institute, and Alfredo Elizondo from ESOC. Carry on, Aldo. Thank you very much. As we continue with the protocol, here is the inauguration of the... And this panel is formed by Maria del Carmen Nava-Polina, Citizen Commissioner of InfoCDMX, as well as Adrián Franco Barrios, Vice President of the Government Board at INEGI, Commissioner of the INAI, Blanca Lilia Ibarra Cadena, Director of Diffusion of Senapred, Tomás Alberto Sánchez Pérez. Also is Miriam Ursúa Venegas. Secretary of Integral Management of Risk and Civil Protection of Mexico City. And last but not least, Commissioner President of InfoCityMX, Julio César Bonilla Gutiérrez. As we have announced this great panel, I'd like for us to hear some welcome words from the Commissioner María del Carmen Nava Polina. Please, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to see everyone here. Say hi. Thank you very much for being here. Without a doubt, for us, after a year of doing the first colloquium for open reconstruction, we are presenting and starting the works of this second colloquium with a different connotation, with an international aspect. I was remembering that it was 7:19 in the morning. I was in line in my high school in 1985. I had no idea of the entire damage and loss that was going to happen with this event. 32 years later, Mexico City was suffering the same luck and all the disaster and aftermath we suffer from it. And it turns out, reality had outdone fiction. This new context not only is an opportunity, it is a requirement for our society to build from scratch. The information and the commitment is indispensable for society. We need to help out each other, and the objective is for people in communities to be empowered. In this sense, the reaction response upon risky situations are a key factor for people, and also the account rendition to fight against corruption, and also an institute that is taking care of this information, mediating it, articulating it. And this has led us to different vulnerations as far as the right for people to know and open justice and several other things. They must be guaranteed. All the media, all the platforms for information must be guaranteed that can respond to a changing reality, and for us to improve socially and financially, economically, and for all of our roads to be strengthened. In our open state agenda that is being pushed out through our institute, we decided through a collaborative exercise to make a certain eraser as a mechanism that can help for us to know what to do in this matter, and to be able to cover all the empty spaces, the blank spaces of information. This colloquium is looking for us to learn what has been done with the city in the last year, ever since 2017 until today, 2020. We'd also give information regarding disaster and the good of the public. What risks are likely to occur again, and what damage can they create? This information is available to everyone who wishes to learn in a simple language of easy understanding. And finally, to shine a light through this colloquium how the information can empower people It makes progress in our social agenda of Mexico City to rebuild the city and leave no one behind. In this sense, I'm very thankful for the presence of everyone who is participating in this colloquium. It will be 6 tables, 6 panels. Thank you to all the structure and the team of Info CDMX who assists in the construction of different policies that we develop through the commissioners, and welcome everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Maria del Carmen Nava, for these words, these welcome words. Now, I'd like to hear from the engineer Tomás Alberto Sánchez Pérez, the director of diffusion of Senapred. Thank you very much, and good day to everyone who accompany us in this important event. The National Disaster Prevention and all the organizers, especially the Transparency Institute of Mexico City, also known as Info CDMX, that contribute to the construction of a more prepared society who can overcome and face all kinds of disasters. It is of public knowledge that the context of risk management is very strategic to prevent the uncertainty and the decision-making of our governors and social directors. With all these problems, we should know how to face them, and the information for so should be accessible, reliable, socially useful. Because when we mostly need them, we must be prepared. Our actual state of epidemic has proven we need to be prepared. So that's why the process of communication and information is very relevant, as well as the access to this information. Before these risks are upon ourselves, we must be informed and prepared in order to deal with them. Also, legality and prevention of corruption can help us and assist us to be prepared for these disasters. This is part of our colloquium, where we are sharing ideas and information that will help us create an open, transparent, and human right committed government. We shall remember the article of civil protection that any vulnerable public has the right to be informed and also has the right to the access of interaction and a voice regarding these practices. We must explore different ways that shall lead us to knowledge, and this to participation, active participation. I'd like to wish the greatest success to the organizers, the speakers, and everyone who is involved in this second colloquium. The results shall be of great value that will aid us in the prevention of disasters. Also, point out that steady steps to the creation of sustainable activities of Mexico City. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Have a good day. Thank you, engineer, for your welcome words. Now, we will hear from Blanca Lilia Ibarra Cadena, Commissioner of the INAI. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day, everyone who is following this event. I'd like to say thank you for the invitation of all of my colleagues in the Institute, particularly Maria del Carmen Nava, who has worked ever since before being a commissioner with a very professional and constant attitude. Always focusing on the easy access of information and creating a more involved civil community. And of course, to generate the correct conditions for an open government in all of its dimensions, I'd also like to say thank you to Julio Cesar Bonilla, who is a part of this organization. As it has been pointed out before, 32 years ago, some of us who are not from Mexico City lived very difficult circumstances that we also relive and remember today in a very analytical, reflexive way, with the goal of finding and contributing to the positive handling of these circumstances can help us grow as a society. Just like Maricarmen Nava pointed out initially, we are trying to create new opportunities that can help us react responsibly to disasters. As a personal and individual experience, I'd like to say back then, at that moment, I was arriving to work in television in Puebla when this terrible tragedy happened. And one of the greatest lessons I learned, in a way, the solidarity of everyone in that city, but also, after all these years and different circumstances, I have learned the way that we organize, that we respond as a community. And also the institutions like Info Mexico City and other spaces of analysis and debate. The media, communities, they have learned and known how to create this condition so people are better prepared, and also so they can be greatly and better informed. They have been a great example, and I am certain it has been a great work. On another note, in 2015, the General Assembly of the United Nations is promoting 17 objectives to end poverty, inequality, create peaceful societies, protect human rights, among others. Also, trying to create sustainable communities in cities. Ever since 2007, a great population of the world now lives in cities, and it also aids in the economic growth. Approximately 60% of the brute internal product, and is focusing on the reduction of carbon dioxide emissions. Also, poor areas have grown in their population, which has created a pollution problem. We can find information regarding perspectives of our world of the UN. Our country is superior to 22 million. Our city, 22 million people live in it. And it has, our city, Mexico City, has a very high development and reproduction of people, creating several problems. That is exactly what we are trying to understand and tackle. And all of this is involved with our seismic risk like the ones we saw in September 2017. And all this are great problems that were reminded of us by these earthquakes, which created terrible human loss. Public resources, as we can see in the site of Reconstruction, helping to aid in the damage of the homes. 1,150 million pesos have been invested in the reconstruction of these issues. According to ONU Habitat, mostly 85% of COVID-19 infected cases are mostly in city versus rural areas. All of the people need access to the adequate access to services, and also promotes a sustainable urban development and reduce the economical losses that have been caused by natural disasters, among other aspects. All of them are interconnected, so the actions that are to be taken regarding these subjects can lead to progress. This, among many other areas and points, are part of this colloquium. It has forced all of the public institutions to take action into these certain areas. They can be presented, the results can be presented as far as public health and many other aspects that are so important to our society. People need to be better informed, and that's why the institutions are working hard for account rendition and focusing on open government agenda. We have tried to create different strategies that can create a more transparent government. The Institute of Mexico City has been a leader and also a helper for all of these areas to be covered in the most responsible way. The right to privacy, transparency protocols, and how you rebuild a sustainable, transparent society that can tackle future emergencies, not only natural disasters, but any kind of disaster. Thank you very much. Now, we shall hear from MBA Adrián Franco Barrios, Vice President of the Government Board at INEGI. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your attention. In first place, I'd like to thank everyone for the invitation to this second colloquium. A very important space for public discussion regarding such importantly and relevant subject. Thank you to the Institute of Transparency and Public Information. Thank you to our friend Julio César Bonilla and Commissioner María del Carmen Nava Polina, and all the speakers who have come before me and who will come after me. In this introduction space, we shall hear of several important debates, discussions, and analysis. It's very important to remember that in the modern democratic states, one of the most important points of how governments act, it's precisely to permit the participation of those people who are citizens, who are users of all these government actions. Create the space not only for public discussion of these matters, but also to be a part of these decisions that every day our governments are taking. In this constant context of modern state, several years ago, the discussion as far as written and practice regarding the subject, the decisions that are being taken that affect the population's life and the exercises as far as the legislation power, the open parliament, the Justice Department, the judicial power, security, where the police is involved even more with the citizens, to ask them, what are the main problems that are happening in your areas? There is a series of practices that are being developed at great speed among countries and governments and communities. However, we must focus on the process of reconstruction, like the ones that are being mentioned in this colloquium. It is very important that regarding emergencies like this one we are living today, the response of government has to be fast. And the planning that shall follow up. Social participation is also of vital importance so we can manage and accomplish a better management to be even better than we were before. This colloquium, as the commissioner has so kindly reminded us of, we must discuss and improve. In my conception, is a reminder to the governments that we need them constantly. They must take action, and the importance of social participation. Public policies, it's a reminder that the governments are living circumstances that every day is not enough. We remember our people when we need to forcibly return to them, but being in constant communication with the people, an open government can surely give us better results. This forum not only presents all the phenomena and the necessities that the government is working on, a constant reminder that public institutes must be accessible and transparent. In this forum, we shall point out the importance, how government action is so important, not only social participation, also the subject of transparency. The government's work, as we all know, transparency and several state mechanisms that can promote transparency and that everyone can have access to this information. And social participation is a very, very complex activity. And citizens and public works need to focus on this. What we do know is that starting any exercise, statistic exercise, such as to reduce these problems like corruption, all of these subjects are very important. Modern state focuses on government quality, subjects that improve the quality of the government and how they can develop their activities. Practically, in Mexico City, for example, half of the people who do any kind of public document activity, they all have trouble doing all these kinds of paperwork. And they're not satisfied with the services public government is sharing with them. Surely, this satisfaction would improve if we knew where the social problems are, and we could also, in this country, insecurity, one of the greatest problems and important substance is corruption. Mexico City is no exception. Over 50% of the population, corruption is a problem and a constant activity that's affecting citizens. In the end, one of the most important subjects, not only transparency, government quality, citizen participation, is the confidence, the trust people have with their governments. And that is a huge problem. We are trying to learn more about this. More than half of the population of Mexico City and Mexicans in general do not trust their institutions and their government. It is a deficit internationally. Societies with great social participation have very little trust in their government. It is a global pandemic, and we all need to work to make it better. This confidence structure that shall increase the quality of our government, they all go in hand with sustainable development. The entire world is working on it. More than 190 countries have taken a vow to make a sustainable, socially sustainable government. And all of this is related to the subjects that shall be discussed in this colloquium. The reduction of corruption, create responsible institutes, sensitive institutes, and transparent ones, and also pursue to improve the quality of their citizens, the life quality of their citizens. All of these subjects are included in the decisions. There is so much to talk about, and in this forum, they shall be discussed. Public sectors and governments have to take these subjects into account, as they are very relevant, and we must remind our governors and the people of how important citizen participation is for everyone's well-being. I'd like to wish the greatest success to all the people who are involved in this event. Now, we shall hear from the Secretary of Management for Risk and Civil Protection of Mexico City, Miriam Ursua Venegas. Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you for the invitation to be a part of this colloquium. Thank you to María del Carmen Nava Polina, César Bonilla, and everyone who is being a part of this such important colloquium. We are asking ourselves an important question. How can the public information and data can improve the life quality of people? We strongly believe that social programs of open information can help cities be more efficient, be more sustainable, be more resilient, more prosperous, as well as more receptive to the necessities of their people and more transparent in their operations. Avoiding disasters to save money and to make all of the social programs of the city be more effective. The correct management of public information be in a more inclusive and participative society that can improve the life quality of people. The devastating impact that natural and general phenomena like raining, floods, the possibility for people to survive in these situations in so many areas of Mexico City that have a harder and more difficult access to general well-being. Areas like Coajimalpa, Guadalupe in the north, Santa Catarina Corriente. There are several and very, very grave problems, environmental ones, social ones, among others. It is very difficult to aid these areas because we do not fully understand how high-risked these areas are. We want Mexico City to continue to be an example in public policies regarding the respect of the fundamental rights that every person should have access to. In the first 29 articles of the Constitution, the Mexican Constitution, due to its historical buildup, Mexico has been a leading role in the respect of public policies that can guarantee the right to the participation, to security, equality. Mexico City has established civil protection and civil management can help the people to social security and can make a greater population more educated, professionally developed, among other things. All of this with the final objective of social development and better life quality. Tomorrow we shall be directly participating as far as open data, and it is our part to develop these open data that can aid in social prevention and the reduction of risk that can be the base for decision-making and improvement of our society. Thank you for this invitation. Tomorrow, call with extensively and more accurately, we shall speak of all these subjects. Now, we shall hear from Julio Cesar Bonilla Gutierrez, Commissioner President of Info CDMX, who shall take charge of the inauguration statement of this event. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. It is a pleasure for me to be in this inauguration statement of the International Colloquium for an Open Reconstruction of Mexico City. It is really important. This information is open to everyone. Thank you, Maria del Carmen Nava. As always, her projects and her great team are making this institute a main character of all these subjects. Thank you, Mari Carmen. Congratulations. You have made this colloquium, this international colloquium, I must point out, and it shall put a spotlight on such an important subject. I'd also like to say a hi to all our friends and allies in all the different institutes. Thank you, Blanca Lilia Ibarra. Thank you, Commissioner, for all these acts. A committed woman with us and this subject. You are a role model. Also, thank you, Adrian Franco, from Vice President of the Government Board at INEGI, who is also a specialist of this subject. Tomás Alberto Sánchez, thank you for being a part of this. And Miriam Ursúa Venegas, thank you so much for this opportunity, for us to hear from your experience and strategic activities in the capital of our country, Mexico City. Thank you to all of my other colleagues of this institute. Welcome. Thank you, President. Thank you, Rafael Camacho. He is now connected with us. Welcome, Rafael. Welcome to this event, so important for everyone. We are identifying today, once again, trying to debate one of the central subjects that sadly are always targeting our city due to its geographic state. Human beings and kind and responsible people who are sadly having a rough time. This is a space for dialogue and reflection towards the actions our authorities have taken ever since the September 19th earthquake, where hundreds and thousands of people lost their life and so many more suffered damages to their home and in their hopes and plans to live their life. This space is a possibility for us to think about the future. Just like Carlos Flores mentioned in his book, it will tremble again. We must start from zero, particularly with earthquakes. This cannot happen again regarding institutional subjects. We must react responsibly according to these problems and face risky situations, and how we shall manage these kinds of disasters. It is a shared responsibility between governors and people in general. In this context, useful information, it is a fundamental subject, tool, not only the right for people to the information, public resources. Where are these public resources going to? What is being done? People's freedom is a key subject in democratic countries. Public institutions must be transparent with what they're doing, and we must never forget that. Being as it may, I celebrate the possibility of these events for us to have conversations among each other that can help us grow. This subject involves institutions. Over 11,000 households have been damaged in our city. 3,088 are still beginning to be repaired. Some have already been repaired, but it's still a long way for the results we deserve to be presented. I'd like to remind that the people who live in Mexico's capital, we have faced different scenarios that have challenged us in uncertain times. And the society of this capital have proven to be respectful, to be responsible, to be kind with each other. And the solidarity among all of us has helped us carry on. This event is part of all the measurements as an institute we need to develop. And let's not forget that the civil community, we have the responsibility to unite as one. Just like it is being proving how important this is in our COVID-19 pandemic uncertain times. We need to build a capital that can have access to all its undeniable rights. As a democratic country, we deserve it. I identify unity. I see so much humanity among the people, and I know we will be able to overcome this. They say that after the storm, always calm comes. Sooner or later, we will find the light at the end of the cave. Now, let's carry on with the schedule of this event, and thank you once again to everyone responsible and involved in this event, specifically Maria del Carmen Nava, who has worked hard for the success of this program. Thank you to everyone who is far away, but who is being a part of this great event. So, officially, I state the inauguration of the second International Colloquium for an Open Reconstruction of Mexico City. May it lead to the good of the people. Thank you, Commissioner President. I'd like to welcome once again Elsa Viviana, Commissioner César Travioto, Ignacio Pérez de León, Carla Méndez Estrada, Carola García Calderón, and finally, Claudia Guzmán, President of IDECO and Coparmex of Mexico City. If you can please turn your cameras on so we can get a picture of the event. We'd really, really appreciate it, and we are excited to take this picture. Thank you to everyone involved. Miriam, Adrián Franco, everyone. Thank you so much for everyone who is here. As it has already been mentioned before, may it be for the benefit of everyone. All the information that is to be presented in this colloquium. Remember to visit our site. All of this information is there, and you can use it as you see fit. It is yours. Those who cannot be with us in live, the recordings of every one of the panels you can find in this site. Once again, welcome and thank you. Thank you, Commissioner María del Carmen Nava Polina. With this, we are ending the inauguration. Now we shall continue to the first panel, Rethinking Open State Upon Emergency Situations. Thank you very much.
Gracias, comisionada.
Muchas gracias, aplausos todos, un abrazo fuerte, qué gusto verles, que tengan un excelente día, muchas gracias. Igualmente.
Muchas gracias. Felicidades y reconocimiento y mucho éxito.
Thank you and congratulations. I wish the greatest success to everyone. Now we shall begin with the first panel, Rethinking Open State Upon Emergency Situations. The objective of this panel is to create dialogue between the participants regarding transparency, communication, how they impact people, groups, communities, and a sustainable city in emergency situations. Briefly, I'd like to present all of the people who shall accompany us in this panel. Rafael Camacho Muñoz, Project Manager at Novagop, Spain. Janet K. Benini, Subject Matter Expert, International Institute of Global Resilience, United States of America. Cesar Arnulfo Cravioto Romero, Commissioner for the Reconstruction of Mexico City. Liliana Saúl Rodríguez, Journalist. Aaron Clark Ginsberg, Rand Corporation, United States of America. Julio César Bonilla, Commissioner President.
Desde 2017 es el responsable del canal RedStem, espacio de difusión de contenidos de la red de entidades locales por la transparencia y participación ciudadana de la Federación Española de Municipios y Provincias. En 2018 se incorpora al equipo de Novagop como gestor de proyectos.
In 2018, Rafael Camacho becomes the investigator of Novagop Lab, collaborates in several important projects like the International Congress of Transparency and the magazine Progreso Empresarial, where he regularly shares articles. Janet K. Benini is specialized in the recuperation She is a co-president of the Global Government Board of
Pasamos con el comisionado César Arnulfo Carrioso. Él es comisionado para la Reconstrucción de la Ciudad de México. Es licenciado en Ciencias de la Comunicación con especialidad en Políticas Sociales por la Universidad Iberoamericana y cuenta con un diplomado en Políticas Públicas por la Universidad Autónoma de la Ciudad de México. Fue coordinador del Grupo Parlamentario de Morena en la 7ª legislatura en la Asamblea Legislativa del Distrito Federal. Seguimos con
Lilia Saúl Rodríguez, journalist, Mexican journalist. She is an editor in the investigation journalist. She is a member of Chicas Poderosas that helps Mexican female journalists to be responsible and powerful journalists and women. She won in 2011 an important award of journalism. Finally, we have Julio César Bonilla, MBA in Law of the UNAM, where he received an important medal and recognition as the best student of his generation. He has a master in fundamental rights, according from the Universidad Complutense of Madrid. Now we shall hear from our moderator, Mónica Tapia. She is the director of the Civic Route and 19 of September Citizenship. She is creating important spaces that promote equality and inclusive. She is also a great philanthropist. She is a co-founder of Fondos a la Vista and the Mexican networking of socially responsible and sustainable Mexican cities. She fights inequality, poverty, with alliances with companies that can help marginalized communities. She has master's degrees in Oxford, specialized in social policies and development. Thank you once again, and welcome everyone. Commissioner Mari Carmen Nava Polina, please, we shall hear from you once again. I'd like to give everyone my kindest regards, and remember, we are here to rethink the importance of public information and how this can aid, transparency can aid, and all these tools can help in the development of our cities and the response to emergency before and after they occur. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rafa, Janet, Lilia, all of my colleagues. Thank you very much. Thank you for being a part of the reconstruction of our cities. Now, we shall hear from Mónica Tapia, moderator of this first panel. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation, Mari Carmen, Julio. We shall broadly talk about all of these subjects now. It is my turn to think of how people must rethink and define what is an open government. I'd like to tell a small story that I think is important and describes accurately what all this is. As a sub-commissioner of transparency and dialogue with governors, how the studies, the cracks that appeared in the city. One of the people who study of all of this, he felt intimidated by all these powerful women who confronted him and said that this information needs to be published in different softwares, Excel. He's been studying these cracks and it became a challenge to his work. But we insisted that this study was made with public resources and it must be available. How this subject is understood, public information, public interest. It is fundamental for people and for the prevention of future problems and risks. It is also important that citizens must have this information and be more participative in these subjects. The response was very, very nice. Doctor, I understand this situation, but unfortunately, this is our new reality. We need to publish everything in an open data format. It's an interaction between not only governors and government workers, but also among academics, a social community. What I'm trying to say is that open state implies for us to rethink the information not only because it's saved information in someone's drawer. We need to take it out and publish it in internet. But not only that, we must think for it to be an information, the parliament, the open parliament, judicial power, the decisions, and the information that governors are creating, it must be accessed by everyone. This transparency and these interactions and public deliberation, what is public interest information? Not just resources or information, not only transparency itself. It is a broader environment that involves citizens, academies, businesses, everything that involves the reconstruction, so everyone can have access to it, have an opinion about it, re-edit it. And well, as I was saying, once again I'd like to welcome everyone. We shall have small interventions of everyone. There will be a timer on screen that indicates the time we have a right to. We'd like to hear your stories, your questions, your experience. Then make an open and transparent government in an emergency situation before, during, and after the emergency, and how this information is being used. So, tragedies, disasters may not happen again. How this information can help us to find a solution and to prevent these disasters. That would be the first question I would send. Rafael Camacho, project manager at Novagop, shall start with the first intervention. Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to say hi. I hope everyone can see me correctly. I would like to thank Mari Carmen Nava, Julio Cesar Bonilla, for their kind invitation to be a part of this colloquium. Thank you for counting with Novagop to be a part of this amazing colloquium. It is a pleasure for us in Novagop to be a part of it. as we have previously been a part of similar events in Spain, about rethinking an open state upon emergency and situations that can benefit society. Regarding the question we have upon the table, I understand that each crisis is an important opportunity for transparency for the government and open state in general. In Spain, for example, we have suffered counterbacks regarding transparency, and a lot of information has been missing. And it needed to be there, and it needed to be shared. And this has not worked and helped to understand how society was claiming that they had a right to that information. Civil society must be a part of all of this and how it can aid to a more open state, and how it can also aid in situations like the current one we are living. Political parties play a key role in this activity. And all of this did not favor in the development. And now, more than ever, it's necessary that transparency and open government principles are indispensable to tackle crises like the one we are living now. Technology and administration is also an important aid in transparency and create confidence among citizens and their government. First necessity articles have a great value and civil participation, so we can find a solution. However, public administration has not had time to tackle all of this for the high cost of their acting. We have lived the opening of the parliament. Civil ideas. It is very interesting how all of this has been involved with the parliament. A greater implication throughout the years, in the next years, we have found the greatest value is people's solidarity, how people have proven that they can help their neighbor, their family. An amazing wave of solidarity that the administration has been able to take advantage of and channel towards the good of the people. This gives us great hope, a greater future as a society. And thank you to this solidarity, as I mentioned. I also believe that this crisis needs to serve us as a lesson to learn. And of course, what we will learn from this, we shall talk about further on. This is only an introduction. I think that the opening of these institutions are key to the tackling of emergencies, and we must take into account the necessity of generating confidence with public administration. How transparency can also be an obstacle for fake news, especially regarding security and health. Social media also has been sharing lots of fake news regarding health, and this can be very dangerous for people. We have the opportunity to take advantage as a collective society to create new movements that can be in pro of our government and our communities and the people in general. A tool related with open government can also help us achieve a social agility to find the mechanisms to create solutions. We also have the necessity of the accounting rendition in the ways we act. And I would like to not leave behind the document of the necessity to present collective measures and how an everyday relationship, and it's really important to detect it's an opportunity to save lives, and how this can transcend, what we are doing can transcend. The public institutions must be more transparent, more open. Thank you very much, Rafael. It is a very, very important reflection in the Spanish context. The renovation in these critical times that are also opportunities to promote transparency, open government and institutions, and clearer decisions, but also in emergencies. Societies, like you say, are fundamental in their interactions regarding real news, trustworthy news. In your screen, you can see how many minutes are left. To be very precise with interventions and the short time we have to say.
Good morning. Buenos dias. My name is Janet Benini, and it is an honor to be here for the colloquium by the Institute of Transparency. I especially would like to thank Aldo Antonio Trapero Maldonado, who invited me to be with you today. In some ways, all disasters are different. Certainly, just looking at the earthquakes in Mexico City, 1985 was a lot different than 2017, which was different yet than this June's earthquake. And yet, in some ways, all disasters are the same. And that's what I would like to focus on today. The Chinese language has an expressive way to portray the first point I would like to make. Their word for crisis is a combination of the characters for danger plus opportunity. Danger, because people can get hurt, buildings and infrastructure damaged, and opportunity, because new openings are available for change and improvement. I'm from the United States, and one of those big opportunities for us occurred after the terrorist attacks of 9/11 in 2001. We decided now was the time to put all of our various emergency plans together into one single national response plan and use that structure to respond to any type of disaster, whether it's a natural calamity, a terrorist attack, or a disease epidemic. I was asked to temporarily leave my civil service job and work at the White House to lead this effort. It wasn't easy. There were a lot of obstacles and a lot of people had different interests. But because of the opportunity that 9/11 provided, we were able to put this together. So now we have one plan for our country. And that includes not only the national government, but state and local governments, non-governmental organizations, and businesses. It's a modular plan, depending on the type and the scope of the event, so we can activate parts that are needed, and it helps us to get a lot done quickly and avoid questions about who's in charge of what. The second point for me has to do with the importance of communications. And we've already heard a lot about that this morning. I mean two-way communications. During a disaster, the problem is not usually a lack of information, it's too much information, and how to find reliable information. Your organization, whether your company or your government, must be a source of reliable information. And you should use all available media to get that information out. Sociologists have proven over and over that most people react rationally based on the information they have. So if we give them good information, people will do the right thing. At the same time, it's important to provide a good feedback loop so that leaders can understand if what you're doing is working or not. Many times, problems aren't too hard to solve once the policymakers come to understand what the problem is. Now, governments don't always follow the logical course. And I think two of the biggest impediments to success are ignorance and arrogance. Ignorance, because leaders change from time to time, and new administrations need to learn about emergency management just as they learn about financial and other procedures. And arrogance, because when the adrenaline flows during a crisis, is people tend to leap into action and they make decisions without fully considering what those decisions imply. This leads me to my third point. We must keep our leaders educated on and involved in emergency management, and not just when bad things are happening. When leaders don't fully understand how the system's supposed to work, they may make rash judgments or take unnecessary risks. It's our job as professionals involved with emergency management to make sure that our leaders understand how their system works during a crisis, to whom they can turn for advice and options, and how their decisions will be implemented. If we have a system defined in advance, if we communicate well and listen for feedback, and if our leaders are confident in the system, then we will be able to turn crises into opportunities. I thank you again for this opportunity, and I look forward to our discussion.
Are a part of this system. It's not the absence of information, it's the excess of information and the difficult extension. What is fake news? What is trustworthy news? I think it's very important what you mentioned. Ignorance and arrogance are values we need to work on. And ever since before the disaster occurs, the people who are making the decisions must understand how our system must work. I think it is very valuable what you have said and valuable lessons you have shared with us. Thank you so much. We'd like to hear now from Cesar Travioto. Cesar Cravioto, Commissioner of the Reconstruction of Mexico. You will find on the screen the time you have, and then a second round so we can all reflect regarding what we hear. Thank you very much. First, I'd like to say hi and thank you to everyone involved who in this panel. I'd like to respond very specifically to say the best way, I think, to avoid catastrophes like the ones we have lived are precisely to be informed of what conditions our household and what areas we are living in. It is very important what you initially said. All the information, all the open information, as I've mentioned before, when we buy a house or a building in this country, we also verify the legal aspect, which is good, so we don't find ourselves in purchases or rents that shall create problems for us. Also, we need to be informed regarding the state this building includes regarding security. No one forces a salesman of a certain department to give the safety measures of the building he's selling. And this should be required. It is a priority in a city that is very likely to suffer an earthquake when we rent. Just like you see the documents, the information should be presented of the safety status, the structural status of this building. And another fundamental part, that is something we do not have in this country, is the prevention culture. And by prevention, I mean the conditions of our building. All of the damaged buildings from the earthquake had one key factor, and it was lack of maintenance or changes structurally made to the building that ended up damaging the structure itself of this building. Not only do we live in an earthquake-prone city, when we buy a house, we think this house is going to last our entire life and that it doesn't require maintenance. But no, it does. We need to have a maintenance culture regarding our buildings and respect the structure of this building should be a part of our culture. Now that we are renewing these buildings, the damaged ones, for example, the unifamily buildings, referring to apartment buildings, like in Iztapalapa, when you build a house, 1 or 2 levels, and the family grows and grows, and the children marry, and they have their own children, and so what do? They build on top of that building with the same structure it originally had, but the houses were not designed to carry so many levels. And what happens? The next earthquake, the house comes down. Or apartments that ended up changing their structures. One member of the family would build, okay, so we need to make space for everyone. So they take wall downs and change the structure, and it would make them unstable, and this creates problems in the building itself. Or the subject of how they show up to the buildings, and they put billboards on the roofs of them, but they are not designed to carry all that weight.
O también México se estila mucho que las azoteas se vuelvan
On the roofs of Mexican buildings,
a la azotea y vamos
they become storage rooms. And so all we're doing is put in weight and more weight that is creating problems for the structure of the building when they are not designed to support this kind of weight.
o le ponían materiales pesados,
Adding weights with different materials that change the structure that it's designed to carry. So we need to give information to these people, create a culture. What can you do with your building and what can you not? And I insist, they cannot just randomly make changes to their buildings. For their own safety and for their own good, it is vitally important this information is out there. It must be publicly presented. We did that yesterday. A new portal that has information that can aid to the important information we are taking in this colloquium. Thank you very much. Not only the place, but the building itself, the safety measures, the changes to this building, you define them as public interest, and they need to be there transparently and to everyone's access. How important it is for all the citizens need to know about these preventive measures. And we are very attentive to learn about this information. Now, Lilia Saul Rodriguez, we shall hear from you. Hi, this presentation will be really quickly. As we say, kucha kucha. What I'd like for everyone to see, so it's not as boring, so you can just listen to me. We want the images to make it more entertaining. Before I start, thank you for this invitation. Thank you, Mari Carmen, for the invitation. Briefly, I'd like to mention, I am not in Conectas. I am an organized crime and corruption reporters. Why am I here? I lived the earthquake of 1985. I lived close to the historical center. And I worked for a long time in El Universal, in data and journalism department. Precisely due to my interest in this subject, I wanted to find answers to many questions that were not available back then, including the risk atlas that now has changed and is available. More accessible, I quote. I'm speaking of 2014. It was still information that InfoCDMX had it as privileged information, reserved information. But now, all the data regarding the fallen buildings of 1985, that curiously we found that the entire information was the one that UNAM, which is the National University of Mexico. So it's important to point out why data is so important. In 2018, 2017, I started working with Mexicans versus Corruption. My colleague Miriam Castillo talked about last year. I will only generally speak of this, but I am really interested in the importance of this. Why did my building fall down? The corruption and negligence that ended with households and lives. The common denominator was lack of maintenance, but also the lack of supervision and revision from the authorities. And just as it was mentioned before, we need a prevention culture so we can keep up with our household. But we also need a culture of supervision and coordination with our authorities so these can be revised and supervised. Not only the buildings that are at risk, like in La Roma or Condesa, which are neighborhoods in Mexico City. Also new buildings. How have they been built? Are development companies being responsible with these constructions? We need to take a stance, and a rigid stance, with these businesses so they are responsible with their projects and their construction. The building in Álvaro Obregón 286, where 49 people dies. The gravest and most unfortunate situation up to this day. No authorities had in their property the blueprints to be able to learn if this had or had not, if it needed to, been modified. As far as the information we were able to get our hands on, the building did not, the government did not have the information regarding this building. So we checked a lot of documents we were able to get our hands on, some of them in very, very despicable states. We acquired this information through the Public Institution of Property and others. Since 1997, the Mexican government had also detected that this building was in very poor condition, which surprises how it was still being occupied even after this document existed. And yes, it is to be applauded how now in different sites there is information regarding this subject. Also, easier access and in better conditions for the people to access. This institute I don't know how long this information is there. That means we are working on improving our database. We go to another site of Reconstruction, and we are thankful for the name of the construction companies that are behind all of this. But we should be able to download this information in Excel, for example, and not just one by one. It needs to be easier accessed for by the people. This information in the next presentation should be more detailed. For example, there is so much money that's being used or promised, but when we click on the multifamily, and I am very sorry that there is not a live platform, the live platform of CDMX. I understand that sites change, but this was a great work and it has not been followed up. And now I cannot find it in the website anymore. Originally here you could find each building and household that had been affected. And this was a great information, especially when you wanted to rent an apartment in a certain building. Like this, you could know if it was or was not in good conditions or had been maintained responsibly. There's a lot of information that could be improved. Like, for example, here. It's an information you find when you go in to find the complaints. When complaints are being filed for irregular buildings next or around their households, these households and buildings have suffered great damage from new constructions, but this information cannot be found. And then there are other portals that show informations like this, but they're not easily accessed. I think they should be in an Excel or SVF format, so they could be easier downloaded and read. Now here we can find new buildings, and when we look at it, there's no specific information. How long is this construction going to last? Who is in charge from it? When will it be finished? And who is being benefited from these buildings and works and projects? So this is where I finish my intervention. Thank you very much, Lilia. I think this is a very useful presentation of the different portals and how important the follow-ups of this information and these policies. Because as you say, new administrations, we always all start from zero. Or constructions, we all start from zero. But then you also point out how important blueprints are for public information, particularly, as we should say, how the leaders and the government workers that are in charge of construction, what they're doing should be public information. Like Cesar emphasizes in the importance of us knowing what damage happened to these buildings, not only during the reconstruction of these buildings, but in the future. For example, in 1985, we did, but not entirely, had a lot of information at hand. And all of this information aids to the prevention of further disasters. So now, we should hear from Julio César Bonilla, Commissioner President. Thank you very much, Monica, for this opportunity. In the earthquake of 1985, on the line of this context, it was an 8.1 in the Richter scala. Over 12,000 people were damaged, and hundreds of buildings were damaged, and a lot of citizens were rescued by other citizens who among themselves were organized to rescue their brothers and sisters. However, we also notice how during the unfortunate death of a lot of people, we also found unfortunate behavior of our leaders and businessmen, like in the buildings that were done back then, how they were not done correctly, and how certain funds were not destined correctly, but they were also destined into political campaigns, and that is unacceptable, for those funds should have been destined responsibly. So us, as citizens, have a right to know what happened to all these funds. Where are they? Where were they destined? And this forced people to be into improvised camps, for they had no home. It is not ethical. It is not moral. It is not human to leave people on their own fates in situations of tragedy. The reconstruction of Mexico City is exactly what we're talking about here. Like in 2017, it is a clear example of the progress, how the capital of this city has learned according to social edifications and how social conscience and our rights regarding these kinds of subjects, and we are all involved in it. Not only the builders of the city, but also the budgets, the exercises of them. So, the information to this subject, 112 requirements as far as 2020 go, as we have been daily working on and living in the global pandemic. Several requirements have been made, but only 95 have been responded. InfoCDMX has worked hard to respond to all this information and is pointing out the obligation of transparency. Despite the contingency of COVID-19, 3 resolutions have been approved regarding public information and access to data. Public services, defense and protection of human rights, they cannot, under any circumstance, be suspended or kept without resolution. The public dialogue cannot exclude the people who are in democratic institutes and countries, and their rights must be respected. National policies, the reconstruction of our city, it is something that we are all interested in, and we must be prepared to face next disasters that life shall present us. The protection of your interest and the advancing in human rights forces us to carry on and defend. And hey, I must be clear, Mexico City is always willing to defend the human right to the information and open data. COVID-19, there is no going back after this crisis, and they are never forgotten. We must learn from them. We must learn how to face them. Why did they happen? We cannot prevent them, but together we know, we will learn how to identify the correct strategies that can help us prevent and face all the loss that these bring. Still, one of the greatest experience we have learned from Mexico City is on its feet, and it will continue on its feet. Everyone will carry on as we exercise our rights with keeping in mind our administrative responsibilities and rights. As a society in general, we must center the debate how specific activities are a part of all of this, and I congratulate everyone who is a part of this event. Thank you very much, Julio Cesar. I think it is really important, the work that is being done in InfoCDMX. Everything you're mentioning, the revision, all the information we are learning from and we are acquiring must be published. How the organism itself must help orientate and teach all the protocols regarding these subjects that, of course, are probably very technical, but the language they will be published in, for it to be easy to understand and accessible to everyone. Just like Lilia mentioned, the formats can be Now we will go into a second round with Rafael Camacho, who has 5 minutes, as the screen will indicate. I am sorry. Did not realize my mic was on silent. I don't know if you can hear me. Taken into account the intervention of my colleagues, I'd like to focus on one element that is not being mentioned enough, and I believe it's very interesting. Regarding the reconstruction and the collaboration to create the right conditions in emergency situations, like a real initiative that we have learned in Spain and has been extended throughout Europe and Latin America, that is lowering the curve in an open government lab, a regional one in Spain. It generated a virtual space where anyone who could write on that portal what needs it had or what they had to offer to help, what you needed and how you could help. And starting from a map, we could learn the necessities among each other and find a solution to these problems. This initiative, that was very modest, it proved the capacity how public innovation and citizen innovation can create solutions and generate new knowledge even when we already knew about them. As I mentioned, a space was created where resources were offered in this time of confinement, each one in their own homes, until it turned into an international festival of citizen innovation where all kinds of projects were presented in a lot of areas of the world that proved to be useful, not only regional but globally, and we could all replicate them and learn from them. In this sense, the collaboration of people in formats like the lab could suppose how important this tool is to find solutions. It is very important especially in an emergency. It was not a previous design that existed, it was an innovative one, and it has proven that it is possible to create collaborative spaces where everyone can share real solutions applicable to the problems that exist in an emergency situation, in a perspective we used to say in Spain, you only remember Santa Barbara when she breaks. Maybe we should all take into account we need to generate environments that are stable to co-create and collaborate with the administration and the community itself and citizenship. like citizen labs or government labs, if they are correctly worked in time, they are correctly assembled in a structure, and they can pursue to find solutions that can also be rehearsed in certain contexts. So when a crisis situation or emergency situation shows up, a solution can be applied in an advanced way. So administration and civil society can find a common solution. Now I am out of time, so I shall stop here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rafael. I think that is exactly what we're talking about. These interactive processes and labs. Specifically here in Mexico City, we had those kinds of spaces during the emergency. But we learned that the organization during the emergency is a challenge, but it's also an opportunity, just like Janet mentioned. But to organize, to dedicate time. So what we want to do is to organize before the emergency shows up. That is what we've learned of these laboratories. It's the challenge for us to organize before everything happens. So it's easier to rescue people and save lives. So I would like for Janet to speak now so she can make a small intervention as a closure after all our reflections in this conversation.
Well, excuse me just a moment. I'm sorry to use up so much of my precious time, but I had a Zoom problem. I hope to be right back with you. Hello. Crisis and opportunity. And it's certainly great to have a second opportunity to speak with you. I thought I would use this time to compare the pandemic to the earthquakes that you're so familiar with. And actually I am too, because I worked much of my career in California. In the pandemic, it's not infrastructure that is damaged, it is people that are hurt. And yet, the same principles that we've been talking about in terms of transparency, trust, and consideration of others have become the real opportunity that the pandemic is providing. And I hope that we, as a global society, will take this opportunity to improve our systems. Let me start with transparency. And I must say that my nation is not a great model right now for this. I'm talking as an emergency management professional about principles. Those countries that have been very open as far as the number of cases, where those cases are located, what the particular protective measures should be, and the results of people taking those measures have been very successful in managing the pandemic. Those countries that have not been transparent, that try to pretend that it's not really a problem or that it's almost over, have suffered. And I think this is a lesson that we all can learn. It has to do also with trust. And again, remember when I talked about reliable information? If people are receiving reliable information, and in this country, one of the sources for that, you may know him too, is Dr. Anthony Fauci. Many people in this country believe what he says. And when people receive reliable information, they do the right things. When information is confusing, they get confused and they tend to do the wrong things. And I think one lesson that this pandemic is teaching us above all others is consideration for others. The way that I keep from getting sick is to keep from you getting sick. And it has never been more dramatically shown than now. In this country also, you may have heard about the civil rights issues we've been having around police brutality. I am of the opinion, and I'm not the only one, I've read this from experts, that topic would not have been getting as much attention if most of us weren't at home watching the news all the time. So we became aware of something that had been a problem in this country for many, many years. And because we had the time, we had the space in our lives from not commuting to work every day, we have joined together in consideration of others. Now, will this opportunity last and make some real changes? That's up for us to decide. And it depends on individuals, and it depends on communities, and it depends on government. But I think it's a good illustration of how crises are danger plus opportunity.
Thank you, Janet. You have made it very clear how interaction and information, trustful information, clear information, are very clear portals. If the information is clear, is trustworthy, is real, interactions will be of a higher quality. If this information is confusing, as you say, apparent, or is trying to be hidden from the people, interactions will be more chaotic and will complicate the dealing with this pandemic. And this has taught us how our interaction is very intense. What is happening to me? What is happening to the other? It makes very clear how society comes together and how our co-living among each other is so important. Now, we shall hear from the changes to this portal we have greatly been waiting for. All of the complaints that have been filed and how we can take care of them now. Good day to everyone. The commissioner is in another event. I shall take his place while he comes back to us. And I will share the screen so we can see the portal. I am here now with all of you. I was saying, yesterday we presented the new portal for Reconstruction. We have 5 great windows. Attention to damaged model. what kind of attention the people in damaged buildings can have in unifamily, in multifamily, and the rehabilitation and reconstruction of them.
Seguimos, por favor. Dale, dale. Dale adelante. Después también tenemos las unidades habitacionales que estamos
Now, we have the habitational units that we are taking care of. For those who cannot build their household, attendant to the damage or natural reserved areas, to decide where they can be built and where they can't, and the benefits they can receive, and a rent support, an aid to their rent. Now, we have a flux in the process, the steps we need to follow. Everyone who has been damaged, the steps they need to take from the very beginning until receiving their household, from the beginning to the end. Here we can find infographies, unifamily, construction or rebuilding, multifamily as well, building or rebuilding, relocation, renting. Here you can find each one of them. Feel free to check them out. Then we have the universe of households that are to be attended. In the previous government portal, we retook all of these subjects. They were revised, and then they were incorporated into the attention that was needed. The government did a census to determine what areas and which ones had higher risk. There were around 7,000 households and buildings. But then with our new census, we found over 17,000 and over 413 buildings were affected. And throughout 2019, as we learned in the Reconstruction Department, over 9,000 people requested for their household to be included in the process. We gave these a special department, and they are being revised and attended to. They will be attended and revised next year in all of their stages. The first stage, the one we got from the previous government, the one we did through the census, and the third one, the one that was dealt with in 2019. Now here we can find all the normative aspect, the legal aspect regarding the laws. The changes law has suffered ever since. All the laws and local rules that have to do with the reconstruction, and national rules that have to do with the reconstruction. So they can access to each one of these documents that this site is giving to us. After the legal branch, there's the statistic branch of all the households. How many multifamily buildings are active? How many of them are still in process? How many of them are finished? Yesterday, the 91st building was turned in. Every month, this portal will have new information. How many projects are being reconstructed, are being rehabilitated? As I mentioned, 139. How many are in building process? 112. And how many are still in an administrative process? Those are 39. Then we have the unifamily universe. The ones that have taken into account, that have been counted, over 7,223. Some are already being worked on, and some are still in an administrative process. How many have been finished? How many are in rehabilitation? How many are in process? And how many of them are about to start their process? This is just the first package, but in the next one, that is already being revised, shall be taken care of next year. And then we have the unified buildings. 8 units. How many are being to be rehabilitated? And in what state each one of the processes is found. Then we have the map with each one of these buildings that we are taking care of. And there we can just click any one. For example, this is a household in Iztapalapa. There we can find the address. It's all divided according to a code, according to a block. What company is in charge of the project? What is the status of the building? What business is supervising the project? And the budget that is being destined to this project. This is a building in Azores, in the Portales Sur neighborhood. In the Benito Juarez delegation, you can find the code of the household. What is the status? This one, for example, has already been concluded. Who is in charge? Who supervised? And how much money was destined to this building? In this case, it's 11,089,797 pesos. And like that, each one of the building that is damaged and being attended to. Then there's the proactive transparency. How this commission works. Who are we? What do we do? What is our mission? What is our goal? What are the values of this institute? And all the organic structure of this commission. Who are the public servers that we are in charge of all these rebuildings? Then there's the monitors. Your first contact with the department. There you can download the list of all the monitors. All the organisms that are integrated, all the commissions. For example, Ciudadanía 19S. And all the commissioners responsible. You can find the documents that make this work relevant. And what has everyone done regarding this? For example, the 19S institution. Then there are all the supportive organisms. Who is a part of them? And like that, each organism, the legal area, each committee, everyone is here, everyone who is a part of this project. Then there's proactive transparency. The amount destined, the amount used. But further down, you can find each document With each session is stipulated how much money that is meant to be for each building and how much money has been used. There we can find each session and how the information is available for each building. Here we can find in all the history and cultural buildings. Each one of the 23 historical buildings that are being attended to with government resources that are our resources. All the minuets of each organ that integrates the reconstruction, the reunions of the commissioners, the technical table, the demolition table, each one of the decisions that are being made on all relevant aspects that have to do with the civil society, that are helping with the reconstruction. Here we have the subject of the foundations, and we have direct access to these foundations, to their websites. For example, Fundación Carlos Slim, that is helping with 30 buildings, and there you can access directly from our portal to the specific portal website, Fundación Slim, Fundación Banorte, for example, that are aiding us. Then you can make a report. Each citizen, anyone who has a complaint regarding the reconstruction, can be done from this website. And in the end, we have a glossary of the most recurrent terms. If there is any question or any doubt regarding any of our subjects, here you can find the answers. What is a unifamily building? Who is the responsible of a director? Who is the responsible of the structure? All of the recurrent terms can be found here. And at the end, we can find the social communication. Everything you can find through our social media. And all the bulletins that have been sent regarding the subject. As I said before, every month this portal will have new information. It will be refreshed. Each owner of the household has its own information because some information is private, some information is public regarding the privacy rights of each aspect or subject. And each month we will be including more information as it presents itself. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Cesar. We shall check thoroughly this portal. As you know, all the people who were damaged, just like social groups, we have been very detailed when we revise and recommend information. And we expect for it to be up to date. We do not, there is no benefit in portals that have been abandoned, but we understand reconstruction is a complex process, and we should learn from this and leave an institutional legacy that will serve future generations that will face problems on their own. Because this will not be the first nor the last. Now, we should hear from Lilia Saúl for 5 minutes. Speaking of open government, like open information and documentation, like in the specific case of public property registration. Yes, a lot of buildings that we have seen, their registers, they are not complete precisely because a lot of documentation is missing and the information is not ordered correctly. People should have the opportunity to choose the right and the precise information regarding the buildings they are going to move into. Returning to the earthquake and the data, a lot of people did not know what the state of their building was. People didn't even have the necessary documents to say they were owners of that building, because precisely they are things that were left for the end. And a lot of information and documentation has been lost, or simply government does not give access to it. So there we can find a bilateral responsibility for the people, for the government. Without information, one cannot take the right decision, and the consequences can be fatal, as we learned already. And they were repaired after the 85th earthquake. And it's, as it has been mentioned, a lot of data is missing. And if someone wants to buy a household, a building, they have the right to know if it's in good conditions or not. Has it been rebuilt? Has it had a maintenance? That's information we should all have access to. And why is it important for this information to be accessible? Because it gives us an immediate response in an emergency like the one we lived and we are living. What happened if there were to be now an earthquake that forced us to leave our homes? After the emergency, what is the first thing we should know? See if damage has been made. We are not experts. We need the experts to give us this information. But this kind of information and data that are vital for us to swiftly act, they cannot be found very easily or quickly. And even though in 2017, a great work of the non-governmental organizations did a great work, the information is there now, open, accessible, clear, specific. But that wasn't the last time there was an earthquake, and there will be an earthquake again. So we need to be prepared and to know what can the authorities do and what can they not do. In 2017, there was a lot of littering, and we did not know if government needed to defend the buildings from this kind of activity. These buildings are about or were about to fall down, to succumb. So what can and what should the government do? What should it not do? All of this should be information that everyone should have access to. And it's important to know with name and last name who the responsible ones are. But also there should be a work that goes on hand to hand with those who are responsible for the rebuilding. And it's an information we should have at hand so this doesn't happen. Okay, so to finish, the information we should have should be accessible, should be real information. All of the areas and social, civil protection in the different areas of Mexico City should have information at hand and be responsible and taken accounted for their duties. Because there may be another earthquake that can turn the buildings into a high-risk collapse. From one day to another, we understand that information cannot just appear, but the people who are responsible of this information are not doing their job as they should, and they have to begin doing their job. Thank you, Lila. That is a very accurate point of view of what's going on. We dream with an administration where information can be on time, live action information whenever you take a decision to know what is the history of the building you are about to rent or purchase. And all the institutes who are part of this ecosystem, who is responsible for the documents that prove of structural damage? 1,000 million buildings that can be damaged. We need to know which ones these are. So this is why open state is important, not just an administration, not just an institution, not just a response to requirements, but to create a system of management that is transparent and open to the people, bi-directional, like Janet mentioned, where citizens can file complaints, can have their questions answered. Or, for example, the building of Álvaro Obregón 287, it already had a previous complaint, and it was not taken care of. So we need to learn so we can prevent all these problems that are likely to happen again. So now we should hear from the President Julio César to begin the closure of this panel. Yes, you are going to hear the audio that is famous in this city. It's part of our urban, cultural, and context as it's very important, the balance that has been made here. I think a very objective balance regarding the advancing in this subject. The coordination among institutions and society is fundamental. The transparency, the fight against corruption, and such delicate subjects like the one we are talking about now. As it has been pointed out in this table, transparency guides the access to public information. In this type of action, the tools to fight against corruption are so important. We need to focus on this. We need to improve the quality of our democracy with accounting rendition. A culture has been imposed upon us throughout so many years. There are processes that are correlated with my first intervention. Today, the responsible institutions to focus on the reconstruction need to have a physical information of the information orientated to make the access to this information easier, but also a virtual information that we can recognize. We can acknowledge the rights to information as a human right. In Mexico particularly, it has had an expression in the past years. It has been strengthening a lot. For every one of us, the cost, the material cost of not having transparent information in a city or a country like the one we live in is very high. And we need to consolidate this subject. There's a graphic that is very, very easy to learn from. The International Agenda of 2020. signed document of 193 chiefs of state. The objective of the international agenda of development, as we know it, has not been easy. Their negotiation has not been easy. It only has to do with the right government, the transparency, the right to information, and the account rendition that will end corruption. It is not easy, but internationally and locally, we have managed some victories. And it's on a specific route of the vinculation with society and government. Without these elements, naturally, we cannot speak of a development, a sustainable one. It's no lesser meaning nor subject, especially in a modern democracy. These kind of events present to us the virtues of a modern democracy and the capacity of these social institutes and why they exist in such delicate subjects like the one we are talking about now, with their strengths and their weaknesses. But that's what it's all about. No one can escape transparency and the secretive culture needs to end. With this kind of interactions, we have been generating change with the capacity of questioning your authority regarding what they have done. The commissioner can now see all the things they have been doing in front of journalists, in front of institutions. The advance in all of this can be accounted for. There's a lot to do, yes. But as we have learned, not everything we are seeing is the solution for people who are in such need. So I want to close and end my space celebrating these kind of spaces that are in pro of the people, as an institute, as a society, as journalists, as an academy. We need to make our main priority to those who are seeing the results through the institutes and the transparency and the open information are the people. And of course, being linked with all these subjects that are so sad regarding corruption, and fighting against corruption needs to make us stronger. So I celebrate this initiative, Mari Carmen, and I'd like to thank all and each one of you who are participating in these kind of activities. Thank you very much and congratulations. Thank you, Commissioner President. So we are ending our first panel. I think has been very interesting, and we have been rethinking our open state upon emergency situations, but also the previous organizations and everything we have learned from them. And these structural conditions. So next emergency, there is a coordinated response, a planned response, and not just a lot and all kinds of responsibilities that are everywhere. No, a centered one. There will be further challenges, and not just go around making new rules, but jump into action to reconstruction that have to do with this stage of damage, responding to damages, being clear with all the universe that needs to be taken care of and accounted for. I'd like to take 1 minute to also say that Ciudadanía 19S, with our monthly conversations, we will have one September 9th, meaning day after tomorrow, at 12 p.m. regarding justice, the judicial cases that are still pending for the people that lost someone or damage in their house or in their buildings. It's one of the subjects we want to revise. You can find this in the social media of Civic Roots, Ruta Cívica, and how the process to justice is always the best prevention. So now, I shall turn the time to Commissioner Mari Carmen. I hope to see you guys soon. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Monica. Yes. I will just take a couple of minutes of this panel to say thank you once again to everyone who has been a part of this. Julio Bonilla, Rafael Camacho, Lilia Salul, thank you very much for being a part of this, for participating. Janet, thank you very much for speaking. Thank you. A year ago, in info of this city, we created a coalition to retake and find a solution, and how committed we are to working with the Reconstruction, with the city's chief, and with everyone who is a part of our everyday life. Transparency and accounting rendition is really important. The participation and the co-creation, the resolution of conflicts, an easy language, an accessible language, and the archives and the information. But from the first colloquium that we did last year, the Dr. Guillermo Cejudo decides the possibility of how information that was centered throughout the earthquake, and from there, how we want to make this information more accessible out of everything we learned in Mexico City regarding these subjects between 2017 and 2019. So, in the platform that you can see on your screen right now, where you can download this information in different Excel informations, Excel archives. As Monica mentioned, what we are working on in open data at the beginning of the year, I believe precisely the use of this information has aided us in the decision making and how we can react better among any kind of risk, and how we can take action in these risks, all according to InfoCDMX, which is our institution regarding open states, how we are using this information. And there, you can find the social media of our institute. Thank you very much to everyone. Thank you, everyone who participated in this panel. Now, we shall go to the second panel, which is the aperture and the right to privacy among emergency. Please, every panelist, can you please turn on your camera so we can take the official photograph of this panel? The objective of this panel is the protection of private information and what can and cannot be published during emergency situations. And for that, I would like to present the panel that accompanies us today. I shall start with Lorena Flores Rojas, who is the Director of Group Studies of the SECTI, University of Los Andes in Colombia, PhD in Technology in the Superior School of Santa Ana with a master's in Digital Law in the University of Los Andes. Now she is a professor of group study in e-commerce, telecommunications, informatic of this information, and member of Sinfonia Group, an international speaker regarding technology and law. Thank you for accompanying us today. I'd also like to present Miguel Recio Gallo, lawyer and consultant in information technology and communications law. He is a doctor in law. Now he is working as a professor in the University of San Pablo in Madrid and lawyer for SMS. He is also a teacher, a professor, an MBA in protection of data and private information. He is also an MBA in intellectual law and protection. And also with us is Commissioner Elsa Viviana Peralta Hernandez. She has an MBA in Public Administration for the International Administration University with honors and has a degree in law. Throughout 32 years of her public service, she has been responsible of the defense of human rights, focusing her work on the development of access to information and the protection of personal data, and in consequence, the rendition and accounting for. Thank you for being with us, Elsa Viviana. Also with us is Nelson Remolina Angarita, the Superintendent Delegate for the Protection of Data in Colombia. He is a lawyer he has a master in London School of Economics and Political Science. He's a specialist in commercial law and a licensed lawyer of the University of Los Andes. He also is a co-founder of e-commerce, telecommunications, and data protection in the School of Law in the University of Los Andes. Then we have thank you very much, Superintendent, for being with us. Also in this table, in this panel, we have Bastián Riveros, who is from the Foundation of Protected Data in Chile. Licensed in the University of Chile, he has been a legal counselor regarding the protection of data, cybersecurity, intellectual property. Now he works as a consultant, a legal consultant, in the Foundation of Protection of Data in Santiago de Chile. As we have presented our panelists, I'd like to present Nacheli Ruiz, who will be the moderator of this panel. She is a full-time coordinator for the Seminar University of Social Environmental Risks in the Institute of Geography of the National University of Mexico. So now, we shall hear from our moderator, Nacheli Ruiz. Good morning and thank you for being with us. Thank you for the Info CDMX for this important activity that is helping us reflect with the context of our city ever since 3 years since the earthquake. Respectfully, I'd like to welcome all of the panelists with us today. Just like Monica Tapia, I will not take a lot of your time, but I would like to point out the subject of today's panel is a reflection on the permanent attention between our necessity of opening and our right to protect the protection of our information, and the reflection and analysis of what the limits are to keep our personal data, especially the people who are in vulnerable situations or fragile situations where there is a real danger that these private information will be misused. How this personal data of public, how they need to be guaranteed protection. So now, we shall start with the participation of the panelists, but I will mention some of the subjects we shall talk about. The panelists have been required to share their reflection with us regarding the protection of vulnerable information. What are your recommendations when there is a violation of private information in situations of emergency? Where is the balance between the right to information and the protection of data in a situation of emergency? When should these mechanisms ought to be activated? How is this not to be vulnerated? As different agents, we are obliged to follow and prevent this misuse of data. Of course, we are all involved, not only institutions, but also the private initiative. How are we to protect our information? In this case, we have some examples of misuse of information. After the earthquake in 2017, there were already people asking for private information of those who were affected under the false argument to give access to damage funding recuperation. And they were asking even for official documents of the private property, and the sharing this private documentation irresponsibly can be very dangerous. So now, what is going on in the reconstruction of these buildings? What is the state of them? Who are the agents responsible? Without further ado, I will now hear from Lorena Flores Rojas, who will have 5 minutes for her first intervention. Thank you very much, Lorena. Go ahead. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. Thank you for being with me and for the information, invitation by Info CDMX. I would like for us to focus on information versus attending emergency. It's important for us to take into account how in any emergency there will be some route that any enterprise, meaning a private one or a governmental one must follow. What is my route? What are these emergencies? Was I ready? Was I not ready? For that, it's important to have three aspects: why, what, and how. First, I have to recollect all the information or the trading of this information. For example, the human and financial resources that are to be destined to attend this emergency. And then I can analyze what situation, what specifically one, like earthquakes or a pandemic, the country, how is it going to do it? I need to have this information so I can know how to react. Second is what? What do I need to fulfill these objectives? What information do I need? And most importantly, what data do I already have? And what other ones I should start requiring and asking for? And this should be achieved with the lesser amount of data. For example, if I need to turning financial or human resources, I need to know exactly which ones they are. And now the how. How to determine what mechanisms I need to take these data through. What organizations have this information? Who can gather it? Who can give it to me? And very importantly, what authority is responsible for this recollection to evaluate the information, and what mechanism is most appropriate and less intrusive? Is it through an APP, a web portal, a paper? How do I get this information without being intrusive? And sometimes, not necessarily the most expensive one is the right one. So for now, I should leave there. And I will give the space to the next one. Thank you, Lorena, for your very punctual intervention. This is a great introduction, very valuable introduction to understand these problems. Now we shall hear from Miguel Recio Gallo, lawyer and consultant of Information Technology Communications. Thank you for this invitation. I want to thank Maria del Carmen Nava, Commissioner, for her invitation. Commissioner President, I am glad to share this panel with Elsa Viviana Peralta, with Dr. Nelson Remolina, Bastian Riveros, and everyone else. I agree with Lorena that the most important thing we should take into account is the finality. We need to think the protection of personal data. So now, it's very clear that a human right of protection data, it's a transversal right that we will find all the time. And we also have to take into account that it's not an absolute right or unlimited right. The right to protection of data is a public one. I would express it as a censor to access to public information, and it's not an arbitrary argument that gives you access to information. Some of it is reserved, but we should not start from zero. There is a lot that has already been worked on regarding the subject, but it's necessary to reflect how certain governmental institute and the particular ones, who has right to that information and what impact can it cause. We need to think specifically how this information is treated. Do we have to publish certain information about certain people? Or should this information be accessed when there is a specific interest in that information? Or is it a general one? Is it a legitimate interest? We need to think since a point of view of the protection of data. How are they being treated? In Mexico, the private sector and the private sector law of protection of personal data, it includes a reference of a legitimate base. In this case, we see how in situations of emergency, consensus can be a legitimate base in order to treat this information. So now the personal data, the private sector, will put this information in the hands of the public sector. So now it's very important, what is that information going to be used for? What? I insist. The access to public information is not an unlimited right. We need to check if the private sector has a game to play, a role to play in how it's transferring the information to the public sector. And why is it going to be used for? Where is it going to be published? Or is there going to be a centralized database, or is it decentralized? How long is this information being treated? The urban manifestation of this information, how is it being used? Is there a system to develop these personal data? And how does it affect professionals or another right, a fundamental right of Mexican rights like privacy or the right to the intimacy? And with this also I finish my first intervention. Thank you very much, Miguel. Our legislation, without a doubt, is the starting point of all these subjects. So now, Nelson Remolina Angarita, Superintendent Delegate of Data Protection in Colombia, shall be our next speaker.
Nelson, micrófono. ¿Le puedes activar el micrófono de Nelson?
Thank you very much. Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you fine. Thank you. As always, thank you very much for this kind invitation. And I'd like to say hi to everyone in Mexico. We love you very much. You guys are great human beings, kind people, and I'm very happy to share with you these moments. For some small reflections, I think the subject of public information, just like Lorena and Miguel, who I also kindly salute, I have a lot of things to say. The regulation of data were not made to be an impediment, an obstacle of the use of this information, but for legitimate use and certain conditions where the rights of people are not damaged. There are certainly no absolute rights. We cannot have an individual posture that only my rights matter and not everyone else's. We have seen how this pandemic situation has basically proven how we protect our own rights, but it also depends on everyone else's rights. How I protect my rights can affect someone else's rights, so we have to take into account that the rights are not individual, they are collective. It is imperative we understand that. In an emergency, normally a human being is not educated to act in emergency situations. We need to learn things will happen, but we are not trained for that moment. We know ever since we're born that we were going to die someday, but we're not prepared for that that moment. Same thing happens with emergencies. There are certain things we have to take into account. For example, COVID-19. We were not prepared for a pandemic of that magnitude. It's the first time it happens in the world in several years. A lot of authorities have taken obligated, forced decisions, and they thought at the moment they were the right ones, and that in time things can get better, but some decisions were made at a moment, but if we look back, there are certain things we have to learn for. We have to improve and establish what could we have done better. Not all data can be treated per se, generating a generation of human right violation. We also have to take into account. But what to do in the future regarding the situations of the violation of human rights, specifically of personal data? So what have we learned from the past? What has happened in the past? What can we do so that has happened before does not happen again presently? What happened back then? But back then also, certain things happened that do not mean a vulneration of human rights. And to conclude, what measurements would I adopt? I insist that this is a subject of education, generate a culture of data treating, managing people in public and in private section, in emergency or in non-emergency situation, the importance they have, the importance of their work regarding the management of persons' information, or this will generate a lot of problems in the future. So the right path is education. And of course, it's not the only one, but those responsible of emergencies are aware of the importance of the subject, how the misuse of information. For example, those who do not need to know about your personal data, if there is a respect for this aspect, there's a magical solution, and we should focus proactively on how all of this will be managed. We need to think to the future. What have we learned before? How are we going to treat the future challenges? Are we ready for them? Of course, we don't want them to happen, but if they do, are we prepared? Because they will mean death and a lot of damage. So we need to prevent through the data management. I think the best formula, but not the only one, is awareness, education, but not just one day, something permanent. The private and the public sector needs to make it permanent, and that is a great first step. We do not have to assume it will just happen. It is something we have to work on. And of course, monitor with the right tools. And is it working or is it not? And do they not attack a human right? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nelson. I believe there are two very important things of what you have said. What are the lessons we have learned from what has happened in different situations of emergency, and also the education and the permanent awareness of the importance of our information, the protection of our information. I do believe these two things are fundamental and are a pillar of the question of what we are going to be speaking of in this panel. So now we will hear from Bastián Riveros. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to the Institute of Info CDMX, especially to the Commissioner Maria del Carmen Nava and the moderator, Nacheli Ruiz. The vision of open state is really important, and this community replicates my primal contribution is how can we understand certain linings and how to react in a situation of emergency. It doesn't just happen out of the nowhere. It's also a citizenship commotion and a reaction in the human. I would like to be an example in this situation. For example, in the pandemic, COVID-19. Specifically, since it was an emergency situation, a lot of times these certain decisions are adopted and they do not consider the privacy and the right to the protection of data and how they are related with sanitation and a strict relationship with those who have been infected with COVID. In several countries, they have been trying to eliminate the contact among people. And well, just like everyone else has mentioned, I would like to contribute the sense that here the important thing is to consider the protection of personal data in an emergency cannot be affected when making decisions of the mechanisms that can allow and protect. I would like to highlight the importance of the protection of private information, like in the applications that consider the design of protection, of development, like the architecture. We must involve everything since the beginning, the importance of privacy. The information and the education of the citizenship. It does not work if we imply this technology if the social environment, the citizens are not aware of the responsibility this takes. It has to do with the decision of the technology that's to be used at the moment of emergencies. And at the beginning of this pandemic, we have learned how this has been used, like the access of information, the data protection during a sanitizing requirement and measurement. In the architecture and the design that has been implemented in the time of deciding what is going on, what is to be done, we consider that there's a false dichotomy in privacy and public health. Because yes, there is a tension between these two subjects, and that's how I shall end this panel. I think it's amazing how responsible and precise all of our speakers are being, and I'd like to point that out. Something I would like to comment. So now we shall go to a second round. And in this second round, Elsa Viviana shall use all of her time in one. This important discussion between the boundaries there are of public and private information. So now, Lorena Flores Rojas shall help us to explore a little more the principles that she mentioned in the first round. We would like to listen to her recommendations, how different actors should be involved in the protocols and strategies of private information protection, Like it's been mentioned before, there's a lot of elements that have to do with education, conscience, the use of our data, the best use of our tools that are to establish protocols. How these protocols are not absolute. So, without further ado, Lorena, please carry on for 5 minutes. We'd like to hear your reflections about what has been exposed and talked about in the previous conversations by our speakers. Thank you very much, Nashlele. I think it's very interesting, everything that has been mentioned, because we need to clarify, the bigger the emergency, there is not to be a confrontation between public health and the respect for public and personal information. How should we use this data? We should create a system that is designed to protect how the citizen is to use the information, or his own information is being used, and how private and public sectors need to know how the design of this information is to be presented. How these rights will not affect the general citizen. There is no dichotomy among them. Both of them can perfectly work at the same time. It's also important to mention it's the correct evaluation of the necessity, the finality for me to capture and recollect the information. I saw in the chat a comment regarding the structure information. It's really important to take into account if I am going to use a technology or a web formula to recollect this information is really important. The citizen knows where this is going, the channels this information is being gathered through. And it's regarding transparency. Me as an authority, I would like to tell the user how his information is going to be used. How is it going to be treated? The citizen should have things more clearer, and with what goals it is to be used. Public and private. What kind of technology are they to use? The organization, the World Health Organization, how are they using this information as an authority? They have a transparency and a technical knowledge of the information we are going to use. I am using a technology that is open to everyone, or only to the ones that have a smartphone or a certain internet connection. Really, our goal is to get to the people who are using these portals and what kind of technology is to be used. My last two recommendations, or the organizations, is the retainment of this information in an emergency situation. In that aspect, until when are they going to recollect the information, and what are they going to use it for? Because never the original goal of recollecting this information is never the same at the ending. That is where there's a certain interconnection. So it's very important to mention what are these analysis mechanisms are going to be used safely. What are the mechanisms the authority proves that the information is going to be used responsibly, and so the user knows how to contact this entity and have access to this information and how protected this information is. Because there are people who are trying to get access to information for the wrong reasons. The citizens did not understand the recollection, the finality of these recollection, and it was all through media, through social media, through WhatsApp, that the government was gathering this information, but no, it was not the government. It was evil people trying to recollect information. So what are what are the linings for the gathering of this information, and make sure they are not being used for another finality, like commercial ones, for example? This you mentioned, how we should segment the information, is also really important of the strategies that we are to take into account in Mexico City for all these protocols that are being designed, and how long is this preparation is going to be, so the data can be correctly treated, learning from what has already happened to us. They are the points we have already learned. I think you are very clear and concise, and I thank you for the second intervention. Now we shall hear from Miguel Recio Gallo, who shall continue with what we talked about in the first round, and to elaborate a little more on everything we've talked about. To begin with everything that has already been spoken of, I want to add something more. Not only data protection and public access to the information, not only what you can find on the internet, but also how we should learn from the security. And in Mexico, we have found cybersecurity. But a misuse of the data that's being handled can be a breach to security, and they can be a big challenge. There is a big challenge of the treatment of this information. But this will also work to share if there is more information that can be relevant. It's a protocol. The legitimate use of this information. This is also in the private and the public sector of the Mexican country. But it can potentially harm someone with their rights. So the personal data should be protected. Is there a law with the right laws that can legitimate this law and have an impact, a positive impact that can be proportionate to those who are interested? And that instrument can be applied to be certain, lawfully certain, of the relevance of everything, all these rights in globe, and how to act in the protection, and what is the final goal, and how we are able to fight the misuse of this information. Maybe we haven't had the right experiences, like in 2017, or now in the pandemic. In a situation of crisis that is different because it's a natural one, but it's also an important exercise. And those general instruments, we should remember the resolution of the protection of data, and how the commissioners, in an event regarding the same subject that was here in Mexico City, and the privacy and the humanitarian activity, in this case, in 2015. Without knowing, we have learned from this situation how in 2017 there were very important discoveries, and we have specifically paid attention to the European Union. We need to distinguish the considerations of that law and how far the articles can go. The 46th and the 73rd article. How we insist how the protection and the access of public information is not an unlimited right, unlike the right to life, how certain restrictions should be applied to the protection and with the right guarantees. And the European consent has a very important influence. Last week in English, a document that's really interesting has been published regarding data protection and humanitarian protection. How the use of technology in several occasions, we could see if the basis of that data is being centralized and is safe. Think a little out of the box and a little more out there, like in Mexico, like the archives. Generate them. Not only as we spoke in previous ones, but with register from the public property and focus on the future. What is to be done with that information? Thank you very much, Miguel. We have all taken note of the reference you gave us. They are really interesting and important for the protection of data. Thank you very much. They are top-notch information. Now we should hear from Nelson Remolina so he can focus a little more on the conclusions we have been gathering in this second panel and the recommendations he has. What I've seen in this forum, and I've learned a lot from everyone's observations, each one has some very important insights that can help us create a good tool for the future, and I think that's very positive. I think I would return to some aspects and will try to not be repetitive, but situations of emergency usually imply changes or decisions that are forced, because sometimes there's not time to act. You have to act and do things in the best way possible. But I insist, those who are going to take and make the decisions need to be prepared in the best way possible. Even in that emergency, that figure, those measurements that are to be implied, they should be achieved, not only to control the pandemic, but also to be respectful with human rights. As you have seen with this subject of COVID, sanitary emergency, there's a lot of unsettledness and speculation of how things have been done in the world. How to use data as part of the solution for certain things. How data is not only to be used for certain endings and certain goals. We need to be present. How private entities have used technology. And technologies are welcome, of course, but not everything that is possible, technology speaking, is legally and socially accepted. So here I'd like to emphasize on what Lorena and Miguel have mentioned. The design of applications, of websites, they should be designed with a legal use of technology that are respecting human rights. So, the principles that treat personal data, they should be respectful because they have created a lot of uncertainty among the individuals, and all these measurements were taken out of the nowhere. There was not enough time to design the right mechanisms for transparency ever since the beginning for the citizens to learn and know what's going on. But they really don't understand why these measurements have been taken. So there's a need to be a design ever since the beginning about the transparency, to not generate among the citizens how their data is being used during a time of crisis. I also think, and I am taking the words Lorena said, we should reevaluate the state of law, how the end does not justify the means. Are the measurements being taken, the decisions being made, are they useful? Are they right? Will they lead to the final destination we're trying to accomplish? Some of them will be a little less conventional, but they will be useful. And it also will include other rights, like the person who is being focused on. Make sure it doesn't eliminate other rights. We should be able to coexist in a critical situation, respecting everyone's rights at the same time. But sometimes we have to give a priority to certain rights, but without stepping all over everyone else's rights. Just like Miguel and Lorena pointed out, regarding data, everything has already been said. But the regulation of data, they are based upon certain principles, some transversal ones. But they should also be neutral, technology, and subjectly. We need to implement in every scenario possible and not lose sight the importance of these rights. We'd have to look at the instruments that are being used and keep them into account. And an example of that document, but it's an example that can work as a reference, not precisely the recommendations that the American Union that did to protection of data here in June 2020 in Naucalpan, Mexico, how the treating of data and artificial intelligence, the emphasis is we should always do things right from the beginning, and we hope time will allow us to do so. But sometimes you need to react immediately upon the crisis or the phenomenon. But there are other ingredients that have been mentioned, and I shall retake. The privacy of design by default, the legality of the design of this, and the transparency of the design by default. Those are things that are included in that series of principles that have become an international standard for the treatment of personal data. And they will be implemented and treated to achieve a protection of data and a legitimate handling through the public sector. It will also aid to the rescue and the protection of the civil rights. How are we to use all of these tools in the best way? Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Nelson. Este balance de derechos justamente creo que es parte del objetivo de esta mesa. Seguramente muchísimos de estos principios y de este pensar bien desde el inicio.
Thank you very much, Nelson. You're right. These things should be taken account since the very beginning. Now we shall hear from Bastián Riveros Protected Data Foundation from Chile.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
La idea no es reiterar.
The idea is not
Voy a
to
tenerme un poco
repeat once again
la privacidad por diseño y por defecto, pero eso en el sentido de que
understanding that privacy is not just a default.
ir aparejada con una evaluación de impacto.
It needs to go in line with the impact of this information.
Y esa evaluación de impacto tiene que ser
And that impact valuation needs to be evaluated in an interdisciplined way. What do I mean with this? That not just the design of the applications, for example, in the COVID-19 pandemic times, but what is to be used in different areas that have to do with the data.
relativo a qué tecnologías se pueden utilizar para administrar información.
What technologies can be used?
Ahondado un poco en mi primera
As I mentioned previously,
estar por esquemas o sistemas centralizados de información
what centralized systems of information that focus on sanitization and the administration of these informations. But it's only one person who was infected by COVID or decentralized. So the centralized one offers how through exhibit how everyone involved, like in this pandemic, without the information being administrated centralized. So it's relevant in the time of the design of this information, have certain technical considerations that have to do with the privacy of the citizens. And there it's relevant, the analysis that is done in the Commissioner of the UK, how the initiative imposed by Apple and Google for decentralized access to information and the protection of information. What Apple and Google propose is an interface through an application that works on mobile phones and to study the risk and the possibility of contagion. So it also has a lot to do with the privacy of people, because the privacy data that is decentralized is in the conditions to be kept versus the sanitation authority that could be susceptible to the misuse of this information. It becomes a material in a technical area. And on that sense, I'd also like to share with you the document of the ECO of the British Department that will overcome the false dichotomy of the physical integrity and the information integrity. And the use of this technology, we should always take as main element how voluntarily it is to be used, but how it is to track a coronavirus infection, and how can the people control this application with not only just accepting the legal and the privacy terms, and to notify during the pandemic, it can be something voluntarily. And another aspect that was being mentioned, for example, by Nelson, that has to do with the safety as the central aspect, focusing on how we are going to become a responsible society, but also the source codes. They should also be auditable information. For example, how is the information being treated? Has an audit been executed? Are you a member from the public entity? In that case, I believe it's relevant among my recommendations that those works are always focused on an interdiscipline mechanism, not just lawyers or public experts, but also information experts that can materialize the principles and design of the protection of data. Thank you very much, Bastian. How to generate transparency. It is very innovative, very suggestive, and I think it's something we need to retake sooner. In the case of transparency, this is a recurrent subject, but not as much for the system and the protection of information. We need to generate the confidence that has been previously mentioned. I think this idea is to be retaken, and without a doubt, it will be in the data of this event. Now we shall hear from Elsa Viviana Peralta, and also everyone who's following Info CDMX social media. Leave your questions in our accounts. Without further ado, Commissioner, you have 10 minutes. I asked for a unified participation because I created a presentation that also shows a lot of the ideas that have been expressed by the peoples who have spoken before me. I would also like to talk about the ones that are in this presentation. Not only the vision I included in this presentation, I wanted to make it inclusive. How to make it harmonical? Because of course the protection of the people's lives and their private life is super important for these. We should focus because the fundament is saving and taking care of people's lives and the non-vulneration of human rights. And just like the people who are here with us and the people who invited us to be a part of this, thank you, Mari Carmen. I congratulate you. The event is being taken very agile and very ritual. So, Mexico has a very broad experience in tragedies, in emergencies, that shows from our geography that is prone to earthquakes, and how we've responded in these situations only to be led to a pandemic, and how we are to act according to. So the first thing we should talk about is the diffusion of information, and then to attend the emergencies, but with information. And we can now testify all the things that have been done in order to protect people's lives and their personal life, including their personal data. So here is a campaign to create conscience with people, not only in emergency situations, but also of attacks and other kinds of circumstances, not only physical, but also virtual attacks. I apologize, I am having problems with the internet. In this context, we have to find a balance between two rights. and the specific laws and the interpretation of them. I found that our transparency laws and our transparency of data protection exist. In the case of public information and the exceptions like the consent during an emergency situation like a pandemic, specifically Mexico's case, like earthquakes or this pandemic as well, we have to find a balance between both rights and the interpretation, as I mentioned before, making an analysis of this situation and how our laws play a role in this we're living. How a circumstance, a conventional one, we should always go to the international law to be able to apply the law in these cases, especially in the benefit of these people. Understand that these complement each other, and it is a general interest, and how, in particular, it affects every single human being. An emergency is not an opportunity to reduce transparency. We need to really work with this because there are mechanisms that are focused on treating this pandemic, but they think they can walk all over people's human rights, and that is not right. How do I use all this information without putting people's rights, personal data in a vulnerable spot? And how will I handle their data? Everyone needs to be involved in society. All the experts need to be involved. As long as the emergency lasts, this information will be used. And we need to design a mechanism, ethical mechanisms, that will handle this information and what this information has been collected for, and how are they being processed. Once this information has passed, the emergency, this information needs to be destroyed and not used for any other kind of purpose, commercial ones, election-wise. They need to be destroyed and respected. We need to elaborate emergency protocols and how the emergency needs to be attended, but it doesn't mean we can also create a certain normative aspect that can vulnerate during these circumstances. And we also need to do laws that not only serve us regionally, it has to be country-wise, international-wise. Is Mexico a part of all these international summits that are giving us a legal protection? Are they being regulated? Are local Mexico City law exists? And how the transfer of this information is being used by the responsible people for the treatment of these data, and how the context can make us fight this uncertain times with the information gathered, and what do they do with it later. The European Union has been a pioneer in this digital era, being very strict with companies and businesses, as we have to understand this new characteristic during the pandemic has to do with technology. It's been the technology that has allowed us to be connected and to adapt better into this new environment, or what do we call the new normal. The design of this and the use of this information, we need to work hand by hand with these laws. And we need to come together to be able to fight these uncertain times, but respecting human rights. States of technology of digital surveillance. The April 2nd of 2020 were created, and they say how the data needs to be accessed and how long, and how they are not to be for commercial purposes. And so in this pandemic context, we were able to detect the cases that have to do with this, and to control in a way and make sure this doesn't just become some surveillance, where there is a huge big brother that doesn't allow the citizens to exercise their right to live their life freely, and then protect and defend the use of technology, and how it is to be regulated plainly, and how the legislation, remember in China, for example, the use of these applications to detect the people who are high risk of contagion with the goal of controlling. And yes, sometimes states need to take decisions, but as I said before, these kind of technologies used to control in emergencies like the one we've been living does not mean that other rights should be limited, where it results not as a protector but as an aggressor. So we have to work in this aspect to be able to generate these mechanisms that are important to protect these rights. As I said before, not necessarily, and a lot of lawmakers think like me, in these cases, both rights in emergency systems are important. We need to find, with all our lawful tools in Latin America or in the world in general, we have to make sure they are being used effectively in pro of the human rights and the protection of data, no matter if the emergency is a pandemic. In any kind of emergency, transparency cannot be violated, and the protection of data neither. As we need to control an emergency like the one we've been fighting against, and it is not an excuse to step over other people's rights. Everything that was said before me are a lot of the valuable tools that we have at hand. And in a synthesis, this is what I'd close with, and the recommendations of personal data that are to be addressed during this time of COVID-19. We also have a website where you can check the certain laws you have access to, and all the subjects we have been talking about, as we can generate the information and the access to it according to the information during these pandemic times. Thank you so much, and congratulations to everyone. And thank you, Carmen, for allowing us to be a part of it. Thank you so much, Commissioner. It has been an excellent synthesis of what we have spoken of, and with a lot of elements for us to reflect upon regarding the subject of our rights and the protection of human rights and information. To finish this panel, I would like for each one of our speakers, for a brief time of 2 minutes, to give us a conclusion and a closure of what their central message is. So we will begin with Lorena Flores. Hi, thank you very much. To conclude, I would like to add about privacy by design and by default, the legality of all of this. We have to make sure we have to take into account a lot of things. any mechanism that's taking into account, private or public from the state, has to go on hand in hand with the authority. The proliferation of web appliances, I do think we need to question in a way that's so essential and not always the way out is technology. After a lot of work comes tiredness. And the user needs to, and as well as ours, we need to ask ourselves, is it necessary to use all the resources for this technology? Or can I gather the same information through other kind of tools? This is really important. As I mentioned yesterday, as I mentioned before, like the previous panelists mentioned, in a digital environment, these things are prone to happen. So in the interior of the organizations, all of this should be applied, and the exchange of data and public organizations, as in the case of COVID-19 and this pandemic time, are we fulfilling this finality, this main goal? Make sure these applications do not turn into our next big brother. Are we fulfilling our goal? Are we going on with an APP, with the monitoring of the contagion, or those people who need the resources, or is it not working for what this APP was originally made for? That's when we should ask ourselves, as a public or private entity, are we really doing it? Do we have time to do this an impact activity and make sure we have not grown tired of this, but make sure we are taking care of life, health, and also private data? Thank you very much, Lorena. Director of the group study of the University of Los Angeles in Colombia. Now, Miguel Recio. Thank you very much. I will try to be brief. I think that the protocols are a big challenge because they present a great amount of work, and those protocols are going to give a sense to the public and the private sector as well, and how the proportion of these rights are also important in the European Union, or in this case, Colombia. We have showed a proactive responsibility, how different areas, the keys, as Nelson mentioned before, the principles, they have been applied for decades now, but how are they going to be applied further from today? How these protocols can guide during decades and think of possible situations. The pandemic has taught us a lot. How the fundamental rights and human rights are not to be moved aside, nor an exception in specific situations. So we should also think how the main person and his data, he has his rights, and they're to be complemented with the right guarantees, and how they can help to develop technologies, like in the case of Spain, how technology has helped a lot as far as human resources go. They are trackers, but they also take care the misuse of data and people's personal data, but also thinking that if this cannot be fulfilled, our authorities also have the right to punish when these rights are not being respected. And that is all for my part. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
placer ha sido nuestro, Miguel.
It is our pleasure, Miguel. Thank you so much for being with us.
Esta tarde, abogado y consultor en Derecho de las Tecnologías de la Información y Comunicaciones, y gracias por haberte conectado desde España.
Lawyer and consultant for information technology and communications in Spain.
Para sus conclusiones, por un par de minutos, le doy la palabra a Nelson Romero.
Now we shall hear from Nelson Remolina.
Muchísimas gracias. Yo estos 2 minutos, lo más importante es darle las gracias.
Thank you so much. The most important thing for these 2 minutes is to say hi, give a hug, say I've learned a lot from everything that has been said. And I would like to emphasize in certain things. One, the authorization. It must be clear that the authorization is not a mechanism of protection of private information. It's a regulation, like in Colombia, as if we've seen, for situations of emergency. And how sometimes certain information has to be used without the person's authorization. But it doesn't mean that without authorization, there is no protection. No. This use without authorization is being used with responsibility, confidentiality, and legitimate uses. It's so relevant, like when someone shows up to your house, they knock on the door, and you decide whether they go in or not. But there are situations when the data has to be used one way or another, but it does not mean that it will be used irresponsibly. So the information is recollected, but with legitimate reasons. And all of this is still up to date, but it must be respected. So finally, I think, each time as I grow older, the important of all of this is the ethics. There can be the most strict laws, the ideal laws, but one thing is writing a good law, and another thing is fulfilling this law. Those people who say they are great human beings maybe won't necessarily are going to be transparent and responsible with the personal data and information. So that's why the protection will never disappear. So we should rely on a culture, on a good education and on ethics in all moments. And we should never, ever lose sight how everyone is a human being, and we should all be responsible with the use of data and personal information. Big hug. Thank you very much. It's very kind and an honor to be a part of this event. Thank you, Nelson. We are very thankful for your connection. From Colombia, Nelson Remolina, Superintendent Delegate for the Protection of Data in Colombia. Now we are going to hear from Bastián Riveros for 2 minutes, Protected Data Foundation in Chile. Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's very relevant. It is an honor to share all of these ideas with you. Without a doubt, we have gotten a perspective of how complex this subject is. I would like to focus on these minutes in the transparency and the access of information from a perspective of a system of information treatment, how people can understand this tool works in a context of emergency. Furthermore, of how we can assume this information is being used, it's an element that we have to advance from. Because just today we can talk about how complex subjects are regarding the centralizing or decentralizing of information, the use of Bluetooth technologies, or information from your cell phone, the mechanisms to be used during a pandemic. And the understanding of these phenomena can be used a little more massively, but to identify, at least in the region, Latin and Ibero-America, there is still certain risk of this information, and because the citizens are not used to the impact of this information and how we have come even to online voting and technologies. We should look into how the citizens are understanding these measurements. And I'm very honored to be a part of this. I thank the foundation, and we are here for further conversations. Thank you very much, Bastian, for these amazing participations. Thank you for being with us this afternoon from Chile, from the Protected Data Foundation from Chile. Now we will hear from Elsa Viviana Peralta, Commissioner of InfoCDMX. Thank you very much.
¿De ahí? ¿Sí?
Sí, comisionada, adelante.
Ay, perdón, está muy mal eso de las tecnologías. Bueno, gracias de verdad por...
Thank you very much.
Bueno, pues yo primero que nada felicito...
I would like to congratulate everyone who was before me in the use of their voice. Now, of course, as a conclusion, I would recommend to the states in general, especially the private initiative, just like Nelson mentioned, to act with ethics. There are human beings who apply them, and behind all this technology and the tools that are gathering information, behind them, there are human beings. How the ethical behavior of them, and each one from our own battlefield, has to ensure that the digital breach must disappear. We think that we all have access to technology, and just because of that, our rights are accessed. But no, that is not true. We have to make sure all the rights in the different platforms, all the rights are respected, and the development of technologies that use personal data to promote social responsibility, they have to have limitations and responsible ones. And here I would like to clarify, like Nelson said, I never spoke. What I'm trying to say is to use these rights. We need to have access to all the mechanisms in our law and the law in these emergency situations. Mexico does have a visualization of these concerns and situations, and so they need to be applied, each one of the principles that the international law has stated. So we need to change all of the laws regarding privacy and data protection. So if in one area we can find a way these rights can be invaded, then we need to take a stand and find a solution. So we do not fall into an abusive or a very permissive use of our rights. We always need to make sure we are defending people and make sure we are taking care of people's integrity. Mexico does have a vast experience in this subject regarding natural disasters and emergency protocols. So we need to continue working. The dilemma is not if the government or the public institutions are using the crisis to give them the tools that are permitting them to make an exception of this consent, but only if it guarantees a protection and making sure they know how to do it without abusing the context according to what has been previously mentioned by those who spoke before me. So, we need to be on our way as an institute like the one I am a part of, the government and the businesses that gather information with the ultimate goal that these recommendations are being fulfilled in all the conventions and all the principles, just like our first article in the Mexican Constitution, and how it's applied to everything that benefits the people in these contexts. So this is the lesson we learn from certain circumstances. There will be no technology, there will be no law or nothing that can save us from an emergency situation. What there can be are mechanisms that will allow us to know what to do when these situations are presented, how to do it, try to reduce the damage the most possibly, because none of us is exent of all the damage we could suffer, but there are the mechanisms of information and diffusion for us to be prepared. Thank you very much for those who allowed me to be a part of this event. It's been an honor to share a panel with everyone else, and thank you so much for allowing us to express our brief ideas. Success to all the rest of the work, and thank you so much, Mari Carmen, my colleague, for these exercises. And high and kindest regards, Colombia, Chile, Spain, and all the other countries that have been a part of this. Thank you, Commissioner. We are all thankful to be a part of these. I also appreciate the opportunity to be the moderator of this panel. We have had great speakers, and what they have taught us will help us design better public politics and policies. Thank you for everyone who has been a part of this. Now we shall hear from our Commissioner Carmen Nava, who will conclude this panel. Thank you very much, Nacheli, for the moderation of this panel. Thank you, Lorena, Norma, Miguel. Thank you, everyone. We are designing a culture that is prone to privacy and security. This has been a colloquium made with an open aperture, as well as we will continue tomorrow. Ever since we started in 2019, the open spaces panels, and in any case, if there is any irregularity in the handling of information in Mexico, just as is private or public entities, there are certain formats that can be filled out online on the portal of INAI, in the info site of Mexico City, through a foreign phone line. We present these tips that are a part of the use of our rights and the protection and the right to the protection of privacy. Thank you, everyone. We shall go on to the next panel in Mexico from Open State. You always have the doors open to this institution. There is an international community and a national one. We are in a disjunctive, and wherever we are, whatever country, whatever international place, we can always find better conclusions, and we can exchange ideas that will make everyone grow, because we pursue to continue working with everyone. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for participating. As we do the next panel, to our third panel, that will be opening and anti-corruption. I'd like to thank all of the institutions, public, national, private, international, that have been with us during this the administrative institution of Mexico City, the institution of personal information of Chiapas, the Confederate of Workers in Mexico, the National Legal Advising of Mexico City, the Institute of Geography of the National University of Mexico, Serendipia Data, Alcaldía Cuauhtémoc, the Institute of Zacatecas, the Institution of the Reconstruction of Mexico, the Civil Protection, Coparmex, the Congress of Peru, the Government of Canarias in Spain, and the Government of Argentina. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for being with us in this second colloquium. So now, Iran Sosa shall present the next table. Welcome everyone to this third table of the Aperture and Anti-Corruption in COVID-19. Here we are to debate the transparency during COVID-19 that represent a situation of emergency. The recommendations. So, I shall continue to present everyone. Norma Sanchez, former president of Sinaloa, graduated with a master's in journalism, anti-corruption. She has collaborated with several institutes in Sinaloa and in Mexico of open government, and has promoted a collaborative work in her entity. She is a member of the Women Against Corruption in Sinaloa. We have Marina Alicia San Martin Rebolloso. She has a master in cooperation and projects in the Institute of Ortega y Gasset, and a university master in American Latin and their relationship with European Union in the University of Alcalá. She specialized in private information and account rendition. And she has close relationship with the workers of the INAI and vinculation with the National System of Transparency and Auditing of Information. She specialized in all these subjects. Leopoldo Maldonado, Regional Director of Article 19, Defender of Human Rights since 13 years ago, was the responsible of the investigation of the use of the agency of Notimex to attack journalists, coordinates with the Signa Lab of ITESO, and is a lawyer and MBA in Human Rights. Alejandra Nasser, head of unit with a Master of Information Technologies in CEPAL, Chile. She has attended several courses on the use of technologies and information systems, open government, open information, among others. She is also a member of the CEPAL. And finally, our moderator, Ricardo Alvarado, from Mexicans United Against Corruption, an MBA in Public Policies from the INCIDE, focused on youth public policies, anti-corruption, discretion in the decision-making for public policies, has experience on political analysis, also a professor of this subject in his alma mater. Welcome, everyone. Now we shall hear from moderator Ricardo Alvarado. Sí, no lo escucho. Sí, how people have to jump from one mechanism to other in the fighting against anti-corruption in a panorama that is something we're not familiar about. The dynamic of the table is first to have a first round of 5 minutes each. Then we will have a second round to do final commentaries and then for questions and to be answered. The main goal of this table is to discuss anti-corruption mechanisms and to think how certain mistakes have been made regarding the transparency and the handling of public information during COVID-19. And to think what kind of mechanisms are necessary, especially in this time. What kind of mechanisms are possible so public authorities can have a better reaction and protection in this important subject that we're talking about. And without further ado, I would like for Norma Sanchez to share her thoughts with us. Thank you very much with everyone else, for everyone, the organizers, the commissioner, Marina, for the invitation. I'd like to focus on the first subject that has been exposed by the organizers so we can talk about this first round. I would like to mention those things that have not been done right regarding our local experience here in Sinaloa. During this emergency and how the social entities have been registered a greater number of people who are suffering from COVID-19 ever since May until today. How these contexts, this entity, has been pointed out by the Federal Health Department, one of the entities with most contagions. After the experience we have had in Sinaloa, with a participation, a very active participation in a system of anti-corruption, whose commitment I finished the past July 4th, that was able to give me the opportunity to see firsthand the efforts institutions have been federally working inclusively. That started the project of Susana Vigilancia and social participation that has allowed us to work from the local experiences that have a global vision and then have given us the opportunity in info from CDMX through Mari Carmen Nava to identify the challenges we need to take care of. I want to mention two issues that governmental institutions have fallen upon in this emergency situation. And they are issues perfectly identifiable regarding the transparency and the rendition, the account rendition. The state count as regarding fiscal decisions during this emergency, the great absence during 2020 as we have fought this emergency that has us all still in lockdown in our houses with a lot of social necessities out there, and governments trying to help out to turn out social solutions. As far as anti-corruption goes, ever since 2015, it's been a new community and a new participation in these state congressions. In 2020, this was the opportunity for, after 5 years, the Congress, federal and state, could activate these faculties and show their capacity to be able to solve these problems during an emergency where usually the corruption ends up increasing. So the activation of this faculty was not favorable. It did not show a favorable result. But they are there. The faculty is there. And it's here in the political constitution in the Article 53 that gives us the auditory and fiscalization, superior fiscalization of the 32 federal entities in our country to check the public entities. Another problem we have identified in the local has to do with the lack of mechanisms where citizens can be a part of. In the 5 monitoring projects we have in Sinaloa, a follow-up mechanism, and what we did was do a follow-up in those areas that have to do with transparency and account rendition, and it shows that the great issue, the great absence, is a civil participation mechanism. And here in the laws, there's a lot of mechanisms, and there's a lot of ones that are already working. However, during this emergency, they were not active. They were not in their capacity to give the people, the citizens, the possibility to work alongside the institutions and in the account rendition of public fundings, and to end the social programs that has mostly called our attention here in Sinaloa, because the monitoring that's been done in this exercise, they show that only 6 of 18 communities have been used for the feeding in states of emergency. All the benefits that have been tried to be turned in to the people who are in need, certain problems started presenting themselves in these communities since they were forced to be in lockdown in their house. And those 18 communities ended up activating projects to distribute first necessity articles like food and medicine. However, they were not all turned into. So what does it mean? even though the social programs that are an obligation, have the obligation of being transparent, they are still one of the greatest weaknesses in our government. And the communities are presenting themselves with great challenges, so we need to, even though it's shown in the law, certain criteria related to social problems and programs, the governments have not been responding. Now I would like to hear from Camilo Cetina, main executive for digital innovation of the State Development Bank of Latin America and Colombia.
Quiero primero muy brevemente agradecer la invitación a la comisionada Carmen Nava Colina por la permisión de participar en este segundo coloquio para la Constitución Abierta de la Ciudad de México. Muchas gracias, ella sabe que reconozco su constante trabajo para implicar políticas de apertura gubernamental y obviamente también quiero reconocer a su equipo por estos ojos con esta labor titánica que hacen que les aporte. Y me encanta compartir esta mesa que además es un tema clave de apertura informativa.
Thank you very much for the opportunity of being a part of this. It is a very important subject, and especially in COVID-19, to be a part of this with Norma, with Camilo, with Alejandra, and everyone else. It is a great opportunity for me to speak here with you guys, and it is an honor to be able to exchange ideas with you. As the President said, Pedro Sanchez, President of Spain, that this pandemic has exploded and it has been out of our league, and we do not have control of anything. So now I'm going to focus on the questions that are competent for a methodology. So what happened in this area of transparency, and in general, where did this law end up? But first we need to understand that also the transparency is also suffering from this pandemic, and it's been in contagion, and it's not just there. So we need to understand, why is this important when we just usually take it for granted? So it's important to understand how. Without it, we need to know everything that's going on around this. So then everyone who is here in this table and everyone who is a part of this can understand what's going on. That's why it's a key right. So it can be the key that opens the door to other rights, so we can know, where are we going to check these? What precautions must we take? Are we infected? How as a society do we need to participate, not only to help to be able to overcome this epidemic, but where are we going to destine the resources? And so we can understand the informative area to prevent, to contain acts of corruption. I would say, in some phrases, what kind of problems have we noticed that as the time passes? One of the greatest mistakes have been leaving certain information on the side, focus on certain things, and then consider some things are less important. But really, the information that is published is enough. But now, we don't need this information to be out there? No. Actually, no. We can't just assume some information is right. We can't assume that the questions people have will be an obstacle of information. It has been a wrong approach. And the vigilance of social and everyday life is not necessary because we are in an emergency. I need for everyone to understand that the reason why I'm questioning this is that we can't start from the premise that there is no vigilance. As public servers, even, the information makes institutions stronger. The master project is there in the darkness, so we consider it to be the less viable one, when no, we should have access to all this information. But then again, think that they don't have immediate benefits or they are an obstacle. There is no doubt that the priority has been health. And of course, we should take into one all the information that can help us make decisions. It can also bring into light other rights and also take into account other problems like violence against women. What are we going to do with the economic crisis, the lack of work, how people are losing their jobs? Thinking that information is at the end of the pyramid, thinking that it's like Jenga. If we take information out, the rest of the tower is going to fall down. But no, information is of vital importance. And the public information and the right quality of it is the one that is going to help us, that has aided us and has given us fresh air. And one of the key points is the quality of this information. We need opportunity, actual information on time. What information should we be publishing? What can we do in a situation of emergency? Understanding that for each risk, like an explosion, or a hurricane, or an earthquake, all that we have been talking about in the Reconstruction, they all have to do with one another. And there has to be previous, during, and after information. And to evaluate, in the case of sanitary emergency, how can we avoid risks? How can we help? How can we not be infected? How can we find the right information? Who do we call we are in need, like 911? What information do we need to have to not have another expanding case of COVID-19? And I will say for the second part, no, I will say it once and for all. We are like the intern area of the Info CDMX. We are all learning, but we need to teach the open state area and make everything stronger so they can see that it is positive for everyone to know what we are doing in situations of emergency, and not make spaces where people can doubt. And this I will leave for my first instance. Thank you very much. Part of the discussion is that we usually take this information for granted, when really we should be consuming as citizens the right information so we can know what to do if we are sick, if we have symptoms, who do I call, how can I take care of myself and take care of everything else. And how these intercommunicators are being a part of all of this and their importance in this uncertain times. So now I would like for Leopoldo Maldonado to share his thoughts with us. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you, Aldo. Thank you, commissioners. It's for me a pleasure to be here. In the directive area of Article 19, even though I am not new, I would like to point out some aspects in particular. For this discussion, it's very important. The open reconstruction during a pandemic, a sanitary contingency program. July 26, we presented a special inform regarding the context of the pandemic, not only regarding Mexico, but also the different countries where we work with, like Cuba, Guatemala, and El Salvador. Here there's a series of questions we would like to point out, and they have to do with the areas that work among each other, like freedom of speech. Back then, member of the ONU. March 19th, included a document that had to do with the freedom to internet access, violence against the press, and how we should be inclusive in our vigilancy in the control of the epidemic. One of the subjects that we are concerned about and we open the information with is how the lack of information, the access to information, and the deficiency of the transparency and access to information proactively have failed, especially in the indigenous areas. They have always had great restrictions that have trouble accessing information, and it shows great obstacles in these contexts. For example, they do not have precise information, culturally speaking, that's translated to the total format of the information they should have access to, and the right content and data regarding the pandemic that is affecting them. The Institute of Indigenous Language said they had released the pertinent information of staying home and social distancing in 24 different indigenous languages. But it was not the right solution, because out of all the indigenous communities, which are 64, and were only 24 languages that they were translated to, they were translated in internet areas where we find the digital breach, meaning that in general, the rural areas do not have access to internet. So here, I would like to point out one question. The information cannot be another factor of exclusion. The universality has to be the key law, the key right that can gain access to other rights. For example, in Chimalapas, that there was no access to information, just like other areas are affected by the same thing. Their doctors were not showing up to the hospitals. And the information regarding the COVID contagions or disease were not being treated correctly. So the alliances with different social movements are trying to generate the conditions for these people to have access to information. Another of the central elements we'd like to point out has to do with the aggressions journalists have been suffering during this time. From March 12th to May 16th, that the first cut was done, there were 120 aggressions to journalists, meaning the 43rd percent had to do with the finding information, relevant and truthful information regarding COVID-19. 30% had to do with harassment and even the illegitimate use of force and physical aggressions and the kidnapping of the journalists. And we were not hearing from our governors the reality of this information and situation. The violence Mexico suffers, one of the most dangerous countries to be a journalist in the world, and the most dangerous one in our side of the hemisphere. How this violence gets so much more evident, and how journalists suffer so much. How journalists don't have the right conditions to do their work, how they're exposing themselves and other people to contagion, how we are not respecting the right work environment. Kindly, Maria del Carmen Nava has shared the bimestral document in the chat of this group, so you can check of how COVID-19 up to date. To have 10 general measurements to be able to take care of one another during COVID-19. Now, we will hear from Alejandra Nasser, Head Unit of Open Government in CEPAL, Chile. Thank you very much, everyone. Welcome. In name of the executive, Mrs. Elisa Barce, I thank this kind invitation. We think these kind of summits are really important for the enrichment of everyone. How in a moment of crisis, not only a pandemic, but also social ones. Now I am sharing some images that will talk about the context of how we have been working and studying and analyzing, because we think it's important to show the context and how it's had to do with this pandemic. How certain organisms are permanently giving us certain information of what's going on with people in every regions, and how the citizen confidence in their institutions are presenting themselves, and how the public projects are being used. Sadly, news is not very good, and they're not very positive results. It shows how politicians, governments, institutions, local governments, and in general politics, how the contagion is going up. They believe the government is not fighting corruption correctly. And it all shows a panorama of lack of trust of the citizens with their governors. And this is a very complex result the pandemic has brought upon us. Every day we are fighting against corruption, but it says that corruption is $2.6 million cost for the state. We are the most unequal area in the world. And with these kind of news, we are having a hard time. All of public policies that are being added to the public management and the elements and factors that should aid the citizens to feel safer. What should they do with their public servers? And how their taxes are being used and destined to fight these problems. And all of the processes of citizen collaboration. Countries have done great efforts to start to give access to information through all kinds of tools to transparency and public information access. You can find here in the observatories of CEPAL how considerably the information has been being returned to the people. In our observatory, at the end of the planning, we've detected that 27 countries have at least one legal instrument that regulates the vinculated aspects to the integrity and ethics of public activity. But today, this is not enough. We need to incorporate new elements that mean not only are they going to work for us, not only open government, we need transparency. How the people will have access to their public information, to take part and to consider vinculation aspects that have to do with knowing, taking a part and contributing to open government. It means that the people can be a part, can collaborate with these projects and programs that their government is giving to them. So, in the panoramic of open government, 17 countries of the region have up to this date signed and given a letter that makes them a part of a process to open their participation with their social and civil environment. Along with their government, they are creating commitments that will be a consequence of their main principles and ethics. These are the first plans of the countries. Most of them had to do with their developing regarding public information. And 15 countries in the region have made a vow in integrity, ethics, public functioning, transparency, and public activity. In these three first plans, there is the ethics code, the integrity system of public institutions regarding Chile, or in the case of Guatemala, a school of transparency, or Honduras, political and integral transparency, ethics, and furthermore. And once again in Chile, the lobby law, making the legal instruments for everyone to be able to work. With this, I'd like to show the global alliance that's working with the government. The open government has the transparency, has made it obvious and public, the transparency, the accounting rendition with a firm objective for countries to take control of their corruption. Also, the open data in government has been a great ally in this time of COVID-19. They have been very important for in one of the subjects that we are seeing how public scrutiny is being a problem, the problem of access to information, like where are all the medical aspects are being destined to? How is our country battling COVID-19? How many cases do we have? And how the process of public services are being used to tackle COVID-19. And this is making everyone have no confidence in their government. So we should generate certain results and analysis. In a survey we did of 19 countries, we can find all the observations, all the ones involved, and all the results. For example, in 2020, we had over 40,705 open data published in Latin America and the Caribbean. And what are the characteristics of all of this if they were released? We learned how 2,617 were being used only nationally. Countries like Colombia, Mexico, Peru have showed in their open data websites information in this free format of COVID information. And then others like the social community in Chile that is giving this direct portal to information, given an everyday information of COVID-19 regarding the purchasing of medicines and medical equipment to tackle it. So, the challenges, transparency, and account rendition are facing is to make sure the rights to access public information is there. How the institutions are willing to satisfy the demand of information that the citizens are requesting to advance in a political of proactive transparency and a little recognition to the public voice and a control of how this should be handled. There should be a great need to contribute and to share this information. The importance of how we've seen all this open data has increased ever since 2018, and how we are focusing on data further on. We are hoping for more parts of society are to be involved with this information. The pandemic seems to be falling behind to the eyes of several people, but really maybe it's not, because at least the confinement shall probably endure at least 4 months more, and we will require more information, more clarity regarding the information. But now the governments have the need to make all the necessary tools for normal life to return to how it was before, and what kind of measurements are needed for this to be done safely. We need to have better mechanisms of transparency, account rendition, and fighting against corruption in this next stage of the pandemic that is about to come upon us. I would like to mention the importance to take the opportunity of this historical year to make all the matters stronger, the matters regarding the access to public information and the citizen participation in daily life. I consider it's really important because all the actions the governments are doing to face this epidemic emergency, they're actions that have to do with these mechanisms. And I'd like to share briefly an experience regarding this subject here in Sinaloa, Mexico. In 2018, when a small hurricane, a natural disaster, attacked 11 communities, leaving 53,000 people damaged. They were all homeless, practically, because of the floods that occurred. They had nowhere to live, nowhere to eat, nowhere to work. A lot of companies suffered a lot too, meaning they were unable to work. And here in Sinaloa, what this experience left us are two things that I would like to point out. The weakness of the state. To give control that can reduce the corruption when resources are being bought for the people. Like once some mattresses were purchased to be given to the people who are damnified, who were attacked, and they ended up being sold to a ghost company. And what they did was they took old, rotten mattresses. All they did was cover them up. Rotten mattresses were covered up and given to the people when they spent 4 million pesos in the purchase of these resources, and up till this date, there has not been any sign of the funds. And after 2 years of lawsuits, there is still no resolution. The money has not been recuperated, and those families did not never ever receive any support they were promised. They have not had one day of a more dignified sleep they were promised. And everything that is used in an emergency, I would point out, in all the purchases that are done through government funds and are specifically destined to emergencies, particularly pandemic ones like now, where did these purchases end up? What were they used for? We must be transparent with this information. Ever since the beginning, here is the information. I would also leave for another discussion, how are these funds being used for the social civil duty? How this information should be transparent and everyone should have access. There should also be a decalogue, not only of how to take care of yourself during COVID-19, but also how to face corruption. In those kind of politics, it is include the purchases, government purchases, and what will they be used for. And there is a policy that's focused on anti-corruption and should all be oriented towards public policies, open government, just like Alejandra said. They should go along with the civil activities. In the subnational area in the states, there are commitments that are regarded towards the government purchases, and there should be an anti-corruption, a forceful measurement and instrument that is by law normative, and it's their obligation to be a part of them and to do their account rendition. We need mechanisms that are aiding and to the prevention of human right violations, but also the impact in impunity, because those 4 million pesos, they were supposed to be destined to the people who suffered all kinds of damage from the hurricane. They have disappeared. What happened with this money? Who had it? Who were responsible for this atrocity of giving people old, rotten mattresses when there was 4.5 million pesos destined to buy resources for the people to have more dignified sleeping conditions? We need to orient federal and state-wise. We need to improve these spaces so these experiences like Sinaloa lived in 2017 never happen again. Thank you. Obstacle for the immediate combat and solution of this activity, but it's going to take longer. You can't just suspend the legislative activities. What we need is to retake activities and start applying the necessary filters that can be a tool for fighting against corruption. I think a key point I would focus on that people usually seem to think it's secondary, but no. Precisely, the resources are the ones we need to be able to endure whatever long this is going to take us. So we need to pay close attention on how to use it. And all kinds of resources, human resources, financial ones, material ones, they're all important. And a key point to endure from here until who knows when is to prevent, with the information we have, how do we prevent contagions responsibly? People have relaxed their measurements, have started to act and be permissive with themselves, like if it's over, but no, it is not over. But then again, it's also really hard to continue in a complete confinement. We have had to move on with our lives. So we can't relax our measurements, but also we have to find the right ways to go on with our lives. And that is an information that needs to be available educationally, financially, our daily work. And so technologies need to aid in this. But we can't just assume technologies are going to take care of it. So how do we do for our technologies to assist in all of this? Because some people don't have access to it. So what is this other way for them to access? We cannot be selective with information, and people need to have access to all of it. Another way is to document all of this, the decision making, to know it in this digital area. It's just there. And that's what's going to tell us the story, how we're going to learn from this story. And we need to know how to be one step ahead of the problems, how to prevent them. Let's document all the decisions we've been making and how are they going to aid in the prevention of further problems. We can't resolve our problem if government and civil people and the citizens are on one side. We should all together as one. We should include subjects of mutual participation and not consider it an obstacle. We don't know how long the resource is going to last. So we need to take into account the process of generating confidence among institutions. What ideas are there? What are we supposed to do? The international transparency, for example. I do not want to stop mentioning the role of the women, and we are being pushed aside. And the educational subject too. People need to be trained on how to face these new realities. To put people aside from their rights is to lessen their humanity. And it's part of humanity to face critical situations, but we cannot lose the humanity. Authorities and everyone, we need to come together as one and follow this logic. And without a doubt, we cannot push forward if we're not one, because we do not know how long this is going to last. We're not going to fully understand how grave everything is until the uncertainty has fallen upon us with its results. The only way to build ourselves and prepare ourselves is communicating on with all our experiences and all the things we need to face and all we have learned during this time. Thank you.
Justo en la parte de cultura me parecía como una pieza clave, ¿no? De esta discusión sobre cómo tener un país.
Citizen participation is a key aspect of this. How are we to have better mechanisms to face corruption? Part of this, when there is registered violence, and all of the people who are being a part of this, like for example, journalists, so we should give the information to those who don't have access to it. That's the disjunctive between all of this. For example, violence. How are we going to take care of that subject? There are certain problems in the area. It has to do with the pointing out of considering journalists are the enemies or political enemies. But actually, it's something that's being reproduced in Sinaloa, for example. And political activists in Quintana Roo, there is an environment of adversity and creating vulnerable environments that are unfavorable and aggressive for a journalist. When Article 19 took a stance regarding how certain comments the president made against Reforma back then, he was saying that we were exaggerating. But in one part of public, but that speech does not contribute in any way. There are certain mechanisms, specialized fiscalizations, and certain tools that are existing in order to aid the danger and the aggression journalists live. But there is not enough budget for these, and also the lack of political willing to counter these problems, dangerous problems journalists are suffering. But as long as they're not a state policy that worries about the integrity of journalists, that generate the right conditions for journalism to work, we are never going to progress. Politics seem to be unidimensional. And there is no justice and repairing the damage that has been done. And now misinformation is also one of the global problems. And information sometimes it has become very authoritarian, like the handling information, the attacking certain information portals. And they tried to be handled, but they weren't clear. So, once again, we had the government that was not taking the real solution to this problem. Like, for example, when there was the public apology to Lidia Cacho saying this will not be a censorship government. But then what happened? It turned into exactly the same. like what happened during the government of López Portillo. And how the misuse of information, the manipulation and corruption of information. And one of the main disinformations, has been coming from the governors, like Governor Barbosa saying that poor people cannot get sick of COVID-19, among so many others. And it turns out that it's not as much as conspiracy theories. Disinformation is there. And the people who are more responsible for everyone else are the main disinformation resources. So how social media like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram are trying to moderate all this problem of fake news. And well, I could take a long time talking about this. It could probably be an entire new colloquium, but I think it's really important for us to talk about this. What are the right information portals? What is the right news? What news should we be paying attention to? But then on the other hand, the antidote versus disinformation is, of course, better and more information. But at the beginning of April, the president said where he reduced communication media and a fiscal area where the state was taking advantage of the telecommunications. Their time for information sharing was reduced. But that is exactly what we need right now, was more information. So how is the time invested regarding people's safety and the information they have a right to know of has been reduced, that only the morning conference is enough? But no, it turns out that now it's all for the state. And the problem is the state is pushing aside the instrument to give information. And here, the commissioners pronounce themselves against these kind of activities. But why are we allowing our right to information being stepped on when it is the most important weapon we have against any kind of misuse of government force and power? We should be focusing on the reality for how even the greater tools that have been created for working in distance, the same thing should apply to information. We agree, Commissioner. We cannot allow for these times to be reduced and let our right to information be stepped on by those people who are being responsible for it. And right now is today more than ever, we should be fulfilling our right to access to information. To close this table, let's give the perspective of the state government or the national one. We need to understand what is going on in Latin America. What are other people doing? What are other governments doing?
Bueno, a ver, la región está despertando a una necesidad quizá un poco presionada por una sociedad civil que está cada vez más
The people are being pressured by a civil society. The government is being pressured by a civil society. And there's a lot of initiatives also backed by all kinds of institutions that are trying to promote transparency in governments for what they had already shown. Since there's no confidence of the people in their governments, and once you lose that confidence, it's really hard to recuperate. There are a lot of points, but I'm going to be brief. First, inequality to access to the technologies of information is a huge problem. We need to make this a universal right. Access to information must be universal. Countries should mean that everyone should have access to information, like to hardware, like computers, to connectivity. This is also important, not only for public services that every day are more important. People shouldn't have to go and make a line to have access to public services. Everything now is online. And it also has to do with the maturity of the system, but where we are going to, we shouldn't be going always to a public government institution, to a hospital. We shouldn't go and make a line. We should have basic access to all of this. We should have a universal access as well to the technologies and information. We should boost the coordination of local and national governments. There is not a good coordination, and this has been proven. The governments really are not coordinating with their people, and the bigger with the smaller institutes. The multi-level planification becomes very relevant, and if we already know this one over and over is going to happen, these pandemics, these natural disasters, that also show how corruption is a thing, and we need to take care of that. It goes from one place and it goes to another. Did one buy certain things, but it really never is destined to those who are meant to receive it, because maybe they are not being monitored in the responsible way. So we need to generate a multi-level government that is also being monitored. Everyone has failed to treat the pandemic. I have not heard any country in Latin America that can say we did it okay. Some have done it better than others, but everyone has been affected and overcome with the situation. And the collaboration with the citizens and with the academies, but the equation of market, state, and society needs to work as one, and we need to generate the instances that are going to produce this correct working among the three pillars. And there's a lot of people who are willing to do their job and to play their part. So we have to pay attention to social environments and civil duties and go ahead with them and do them.
Muchas gracias, Alejandra, por pintarnos este panorama. Y está claro que
Thank you very much, Alejandra. These are the challenges we are facing.
en virtud de que no hay preguntas,
In virtue, since there's no questions,
tenemos también
I'd like to point out that in the chat, there is the information Leopoldo spoke to us at the beginning. You can find there.
solo me gustaría cerrar agradeciéndole a todos
I'd like to finish this thanking everyone, all the speakers.
definitivamente que no hemos acabado y que hay que seguir pensando.
And yes, there is a discussion we have not finished. So we need to point out what are the subjects we need to treat to make things better. There are so much things we need to talk about. Inequality, public purchases, public fundings. And the pandemic has proven that today, more than ever, these things need to be taken care of. I would like to remain with the last thing Alejandra mentioned. The importance of coordination is exactly what we need to pay attention to, because it's the master key to the fight against corruption. And the discussion and the public agenda, we need to retake this and focus on this, but retake it really, truly, because it's exactly what we need to focus on and find a solution for. I want to thank Commissioner Maria del Carmen Nava, the entire team, Aldo, and everyone who invited me and everyone else, all the speakers. I think with this, we suspend our activities of the colloquium. Now, Iran Sosa shall speak with us. I'd like to thank you all, but first, two things. Can you please turn your camera on, everyone, so we can have our official photo, and to thank Tomás Severino, the Director of Cultura Ecológica, Alonso Pio, from the University of Nayarit, Peter Sharp, Specialist Helen Darbyshire, and Gabriel Mercado. I believe the picture has already been taken. And now the Commissioner Maria del Carmen Nava shall talk with us right now. Thank you, Iran. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ricardo, for moderating this panel. Thank you, everyone, for your contributions. Thank you, Marina. Thank you, Alejandra. The opening with no action are just empty words. So we'd like to talk about this. What have we done as an open state in Info CDMX? Because a lot of things have been talked about right now. For example, in April, we started with the campaign of Open COVID, anti-corruption, private donations, specialists and academies, and the Decalogue of anti-corruption and aperture, opening, how different actors throughout the country. And at the beginning of the second part of the Decalogue, it mentions how clear and simple language should be used, and the access to, as well, to indigenous communities and those who are more vulnerable. With this exercise of co-creation, we will present it tomorrow. I would also like to comment the necessity for people with open mentalities and other kinds of actors private funding. So this is our interest card. How local governments and Mexico City, in alliance with open government, touches two subjects. The question of a protocol in transparency and emergence, with an emphasis with women and distant actors, but with a Simone of Beauvoir. Another subject is over open hirings. In this sense, we have shown how it is indispensable to reduce the breaches of institutions in emergencies. We're also working along with Mexico Evaluates, among other areas of Mexico City and other government departments. And a lot more actors are playing along and are uniting with us to take care of this such important issue. And I consider it's important to share with you these advances that have a very important result that we are about to share with you, and how the fight against corruption during COVID-19 has presented itself. Mexico has 32 states. Who has adapted the real commitments or 56 actions out of 46 actors? And is it being done correctly, or is it just empty promise? And close along are monitorings, like in Baja California Sur, Durango, Chiapas, Estado de México, Hidalgo, Morelos, Nayarit, Morelos, Oaxaca, Querétaro, Sinaloa, Tlaxcala, and Zacatecas. I would like to speak about two cases that are closely related with this table has shared. For example, Leopoldo. In the case of Oaxaca, there's a group of young ambassadors that have made sure to communicate information with the indigenous people in different indigenous languages. And they are being promoted through alternative communication systems like the radio. On the side of the academy, there is a commitment that's registered by the TEC de Monterrey, the platform for the people to be able to point out acts of corruption. The 67%, mostly these corruption situations had to do with the denial to lab tests. Another one, in the Open Government Mexican network, they use a tool to identify COVID-19, and it was meant to be on the official websites, but it was only a minimum that they could find, especially in the state of Mexico. So now we are sharing the link in the chat of Zoom where you can download this information, and also in the website of InfoCDMX. We need to attack these necessities and act according to transparency, just like Marina mentioned. And it was also mentioned in other tables, the necessity we have to act 100%. All the 33 involved, and up to this date, There are 20 organisms that are working really hard to take care of these issues. And that is the objective we are trying to pursue. Very actively, we have been working regarding this subject in Mexico City. The renovation of, and we are very, very happy for our the first day of this colloquium. We are really, really thankful. The city, Alejandra, Norma, Leopoldo, Marina, great allies, everyone, Mexicans Against Corruption. Everyone has had years and years of work, and we're so, so happy and thankful for your hard work. And we want to plan how we are going up starting today to have the right information. We do not another emergency. Hopefully we don't. But if we do, we don't want it to take us by surprise. I believe we cannot talk about dramas from a lack of monitoring. We need to take action now so they don't happen again. This is the first day. Thank you so much for being a part of the colloquium. Thank you for all the team at InfoCDMX, our team of open government, and all my colleagues who have been working so hard and were confident and trusted us with this great, amazing project here in Mexico City. Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner Maria del Carmen Nava Molina. And thank you for presenting the Decalogue, where all the information and where we can also find the results of all that has been done. It is a pleasure to be a part of this second module of international event. All the material we have been sharing and the diverse links we have shared, like documents, you can find all of them in the official site of infocdmx.org. You can find all the information there, and will also be being shared through our official social media, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. So you can follow us, you can share and like, and you can have all the information you need. We'll see you all tomorrow again at 9 a.m. Same schedule, same channel. We're excited to see you tomorrow. Invite more people. We are happy to have you. Thank you so much for being a part of this. And we're all here in constant communication.
Muchas gracias.